is LACNIC? LACNIC is the Internet Address Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean, and one of the 5 existing regional Internet registries. Internet registries are independent, not-for-profit, membership-based, and led by the community. Our membership base is made up of entities operating networks and providing services in 33 territories across the region. They are the ones who elect the members of our board of directors. Our main function is to assign and manage Internet number resources. What is LACNIC? Based on
LACNIC is the Internet address
developed by the community through a transparent, public, open, and consensus-based process. We promote the development of infrastructure, capacity building, and applied research through various initiatives and cooperation projects. We organize 2 annual events which provide space for multi-stakeholder dialogue and technical training on topics of interest to the community. We participate in various forums, bringing with us a regional perspective and promote the development of Internet standards. If you would like to participate and learn more about our activities and services, visit our website. We are building a regional community for a better global Internet. What is LACNIC? LACNIC is the Internet Address Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean, and one of the 5 existing regional Internet registries. Internet registries are independent, not-for-profit, membership-based, and led by the community. Our membership base is made up of entities operating networks and providing services in 33 territories across the region. They are the ones who elect the members of our board of directors. Our main function is to assign and manage Internet number resources based on the rules or policies developed by the community through a transparent, public, open, and consensus-based process. We promote the development of infrastructure, capacity building, and applied research through various initiatives and cooperation projects. We organize 2 annual events which provide space for multi-stakeholder dialogue and technical training on topics of interest to the community. We participate in various forums, bringing with us a regional perspective and promote the development of Internet standards. If you would like to participate and learn more about our activities and services, visit our website. We are building a regional community for a better global Internet. What is LACNIC? LACNIC is the Internet Address Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean, and one of the 5 existing regional Internet registries. Internet registries are independent, not-for-profit, membership-based, and led by the community. Our membership base is made up of entities operating networks and providing services in 33 territories across the region. They are the ones who elect the members of our board of directors. Our main function is to assign and manage Internet number resources based on the rules or policies developed by the community through a transparent, public, open, and consensus-based process. We promote the development of infrastructure, capacity building, and applied research through various initiatives and cooperation projects. We organize 2 annual events which provide space for multi-stakeholder dialogue and technical training on topics of interest to the community. We participate in various forums, bringing with us a regional perspective and promote the development of Internet standards. If you would like to participate and learn more about our activities and services, visit our website. We are building a regional community for a better global Internet.
Morning, everyone. Morning.
Dev, you're starting, or do you?
Yes, I am as well. I just see the clock change to that. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum 2023. Those of you all who were here yesterday were in for a very, very good treat. I mean, it was an amazing first day experience, and judging, just looking at the cast that we have this morning, it's going to be very similar. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome the give us a brief overview of all the proceedings is our own, very own chair of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, TTIGF for short, Tracy Hackshaw. Take it away, Tracy, and good morning all. My name is Dev Gosai. Tracy, over to you.
And thanks, Dev, and good morning, everyone, and good day to everyone else, wherever you are coming in from the rest of the world. I know we have others from other countries here. So yesterday, as Dev G said, Dev Gosai, was a very, very exciting day. We had discussions on internet resilience, where we looked at what it would take for Trinidad and Tobago, and as a matter of fact, other countries in the region, maybe even also in smaller developing states and other areas, to become more resilient based on the challenges they're facing with internet connectivity, with regards to national disasters, outages, just general bandwidth issues. We talked about the role of IXPs, the possibility of additional landing points, the role of the community in supporting that, and we even touched on the role of LEOs, low Earth orbiting satellites, and what might happen in the region with respect to Starlink, for example. Following that, we had our discussion on the future-proofing of ICT in education, which was, again, very, very engaging. The opportunities on challenges that digital presents to education, the challenges of internet connectivity, again, meaningful access, meaningful connectivity, digital skills, and what we can do as a country, or what we should be doing, and what we can do, and what we are doing as a country to drive that forward. We had interesting interventions from the Governor of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as teachers and educators and practitioners in the field. We also touched on the whole somewhat controversial topic of AI and emerging tech in education, especially as you may have heard or be aware of the whole challenge with chatbots and the chat GPT revolution that's currently engaging the attention of many of our academics and the whole entire education community. Today, we're going to have an equally, if not even more, exciting series of discussions. We'll be starting with digital government, which is one of my particular areas of interest. And I would love to hear and engage with all of the participants today on what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago and otherwise in the globe on this area. Following that, we will be discussing cybersecurity, another very, very important area, especially in our country today, in the region. We are seeing many, many, many ransomware attacks, which have been happening over the last several years, but have really increased and ramped up over the last, since the pandemic and even today. A lot of practitioners, experts coming in to discuss that today and to give us some advice on what we can do to help protect ourselves and prevent what could be a catastrophe that's in the making in Trinidad and Tobago. And following that, we have a very engaging open forum where we will be discussing today the Telecoms Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, one of our partners, their discussion areas of net neutrality and the over-the-top services, OTTs. And we will also be discussing, as I mentioned yesterday, for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago, a consultation on the United Nations Global Digital Compact, which is the United Nations agenda for digital development going forward over the next several years, and will be discussed and probably approved once we have the consultation completed globally at the Summit of the Future, which will be held in 2024 in New York. So look out for that. That's right after the two panels this morning. Please stay around for the open forum. So without further ado, I'd like to hand back over to our MC. But just before I do that, I'd like to once again recognize our partners, TTIGF, the Transmigrant Network Information Center, which is .TT, the CCT of Trinidad and Tobago, the Telecoms Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, ICANN, LACNIC, and Fortinet. Thank you so much for partnering with us in making this a reality and a success. Welcome once again, everyone. Glad to see all of you here. Please engage, please discuss, use the chat, ask the questions, and let's move forward with our agenda. DevG, we're back over to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chair Tracy. You gave a very comprehensive overview of yesterday and what to expect today. Just want to let you all know that the chats are available right here on the Zoom, those of you all who are on Zoom. Those of you all who are looking at the YouTube channel as well, we have chat enabled there. So please post your questions and I'm sure we would be able to discuss them as we go along. Right, so we're right on cue. So Ken, you got 3 extra minutes, sir. It's already 27, and I'd like to introduce the moderator for this morning's first presentation, which is on digital government, society, digital acceptance, transformation, acceleration, the TNT. It's quite a mouthful, lots of great ideas, and I see we have a star-studded panel here this morning. So I'd like to introduce the moderator, Ken Suknanan. He is a director of TTIGF. So good morning, Ken, and I'll let you introduce your team. Take it away, sir.
Hi, morning, everyone. Morning. Thank you all for logging in, right, and attending this panel discussion on digital government and society, right? Before we start, I'd just like to define 2 terms. The first is digital transformation, which is the process of using digital technologies to improve existing processes. And the second term is digital government, which is defined in Trinidad, while using the definition in Trinidad 2018 National ICT Plan. It refers to the use of digital technologies in an integrated part of government's modernization strategies. Right, so basically digital governments and societies, which this conversation is about, is simply governments and societies that utilize digital transformation and digital technologies to improve their operations and lives, right? The reason why I define the 2 terms is because when the panelists and the conversation start, you might hear the term digital transformation coming in the talk about digital government and stuff like that. Right. The panel discussion is a big one, right? Is divided up into 4 sections, right? We're starting off the first section with examples of digital governance via the presentations from our established panelists, right? And then we're going on to talk about some of the trending topics in digital governance, then some of the challenges, right? And finally, we're closing off with a discussion on what we can expect in the future in this evolving area, right? So without further delay, let me introduce to you our distinguished panelists, right? I'm seeing Lequan here, right? So first is Lequan Colin Bacchus, who is the Senior Advisor at the Treasury Board of Canada, right? Lequan did past work Lequan did past work on Ontario's digital service data strategy and pursued her graduate studies in the number 1 nation in digital governance, Estonia, where she focused on technology, governance, and sustainability, which means that she is very knowledgeable about the subject matter, right? Lequan, can you please say hi to everyone?
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you all. Thanks for having me.
Okay, right. Our next panelist is Mr. Ravi Sankar, right, who is a partner in the head of the cyber technology consulting group, KPMG in Jamaica, that has over 1,400 employees throughout the Caribbean, right? Ravi is also the Microsoft Alliance lead and has over 15 years experience in the Caribbean and Europe in the business development and information technology security, right? Ravi, are you there? Could you say hi to everyone? All right, so we're just waiting a little while for Ravi to log in. By the meantime, I'll introduce our final panelist. Last but certainly not least, is our local expert, Mr. Wendell Mitchell, right, who is the National Chief Digital Officer at the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Trinidad and Tobago. Wendell has over 30 years experience in the areas of ICT and telecommunications. He has worked at both engineering and managerial positions in various institutions in Trinidad, such as BWIA, TSTT, RBTT, where he has gained tremendous experience in IT governance, digital transformation, and cybersecurity. Wendell, can you say hi to everyone?
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Looking forward to our discussion.
Right. I'm now seeing Ravi there. Ravi, could you say hi to everyone, please?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Apologies for being a minute or two late, but really pleased to be here on this panel.
All right. Right. So that is our distinguished panelists, right? So I would start with a flavor of the international panelists first, which is Lequan, then I'll go to Ravi, and then we'd hear a take on our local star boy, which is Wendell, right? So Lequan, could you deliver your presentation to everyone, please?
Yeah, 1 second. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen there?
Could you guys allow Lequan to share screen?
I think share screen is enabled. I see it on my own here.
All right, I see a presentation coming up.
All right.
You're seeing it?
Yes, we are seeing it. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. So good morning, everybody. Happy to meet you all virtually. And I'm going to walk through the Canadian context on digital government. I'm going to go through a few of our successes, a few of our failures, and just give a perspective that's, from a larger country and just ways that we packed our bureaucracy, which is kind of how we take it in terms of figuring out how to, deliver services but in a more digital way, but also that transition period and what that looks like within our Canadian context. So a little bit about me. As you heard, I've worked at the federal level, as a senior advisor, the CIO's office with Government Canada, as well as at the Ontario Digital Service, advising the digital government minister there on various files, including the first data strategy for the province. And then I've also been a Code of Canada Fellow, so I've worked as a product manager in that role where it's actually build out products, deliver products, and then also having a background in the studies in Estonia. So I'll be bringing a policy side as well as the technical side to what it looks like to digitally transform various approaches to digital government. And I want to center our conversation today from my perspective, with these two quotes, which kind of highlight my mindset when it comes to transformation, which is, you don't want to simply make things digital. You want to be able to improve the social lives of people that live in your nation, as well as good opportunities for innovation and change that's supported by government, and empowering the citizens, empowering your, great thinkers of your country, empowering your innovators, your businesses, right alongside that. So the first tenet I would say within our context is essentially centering people when it comes to transformation. Traditionally government operates without input from citizens. Usually a lot of our consultation with the public in the past was around, very traditional, civil services or civil engagement, such as voting or your campaigning, things like that. But within the government context and digital, one major change was essentially engaging people and citizens at a research level. So they're actually testing your product with citizens. So, working with the most vulnerable people in the communities, such as people who don't have internet access, people who are unable to, access the service, actually looking at and testing products with them. So if someone takes 10 minutes to use a website that's meant to renew their driver's license, or they give up, why is that? And actually looking at that bounce rate and figuring out what part of the process is frustrating, and then making those changes to make it easier for citizens. One other area was language. For us in Canada, one thing we faced in the past was a lot of government, communication with the public was very legally used in its context. So, it wasn't plain language, it wasn't easy to understand. Instructions to complete forms were very verbose or difficult to understand. Everybody doesn't speak English. And we have many languages here. So for us, that was one major area, which was just actually speaking in regular English when engaging with the public. And then service design standards. So for example, when you're using a government website, essentially, so making sure that, the person that's engaged in government sees the same design, the same website, whether it's on a phone, on a computer, whether they're at the actual service desk in person, it's a consistent look, a consistent design, so people aren't confused or having to go through several different routes to finish one form or finish one service that they need. And then opening up the data. So, without data, there's no digital. So we can't actually, transform the services if we can't access the data across several departments. So for us, that was a major concern we had to put to make sure that, essentially if one person goes to one department for one service, such as taxes, it should be able to go to another service and then be able to use that same information on our end versus them have to fill out another form out to make sure that they can access another service. Reducing time for citizens is a major part of one of our ways to improve a government experience for citizens. And then essentially allowing ourselves to work faster through agile approaches, and allowing the deployment of changes to happen in a more efficient way, and by reducing processes, by changing rules, updating policy, updating law, which we'll see going forward. This is one of the service standards we've implemented. Every year this is updated. And so you'll see, it's small here, but you'll see things like, being consistent across platforms, designing services from start to finish, and making sure that that process is a smooth process that can be replicated in other departments. Making sure that where privacy is included in the design of a product so that you don't have to go back and change the service again to include a privacy and security process. Measuring performance, making sure that it's accessible, so including, standards such as WCAG3 standard, which essentially ensures that websites design are accessible from the beginning, and including that in how we actually build our digital services. And so from the policy side, a lot of the changes we had to make to enable digital. So for example, when it comes to laws, policies, guidelines, a lot of our laws in the past required in-person or paper-based processes, such as, you have to sign something in person, or you need to go in person for one step of the process to do, for example, for a legal service, you might have to go in person for one part of the process, thereby extending the service to a few months versus a few days. And so for us, and this is fairly recent, within the last 5 years, we've had to update our acts that enabled and empowered people to use a digital first approach, such as changing laws regarding legal documents, changing laws when it comes to signing things and other areas of process, digital service standards, API guidelines, which essentially empower people to use APIs, principles around AI use, so use of machine learning when it comes to certain services and when it can be used and when it can't be used. And then essentially giving guidelines to all digital teams when it comes to service design and process design to ensure that it can be integrated to other departments. This is one example within Ontario. So for context, Canada has several provinces, Ontario one of them. And so there's about a few million people that live here in this one province. And so one of the internal services, which was Orders in Council for the government, this was one of the first successes in Ontario. So on the left hand, you'll see that this was the original process, paper-based, in-person, very confusing. It relies on one person to understand and organize all of this data in a paper-based form. And essentially that's changed a few laws to allow a digital version to be viewed as a legal version and then made into an online portal. And so on the right-hand side, you'll see the end product after testing with various people that work with Orders in Council, looking at what's important information to include on Order in Council, and looking at how they can integrate with the people that already work in this office in their processes, a faster way of going online and training those people to manage the online system alongside the in-person system. This has now switched over time to an online only service, but this is one example of how you work with the people that already are in a certain department to help them stand up a digital version of their service versus simply contracting it out or getting somebody else that's outside of government to provide that service. And then so this is one last slide regarding key ways to think about implementing digital within government. You want to be able to work with the people who are already in departments, who work with data to develop principles for how you want to work with digital products. You want to be able to consult with them and ensure that they feel empowered because they're the ones who will be giving you information when it comes to what is important in a service and you're able to streamline that service for a digital approach. You want to build teams. Within our context, we've had a lot of success when it comes to providing services through a digital service accelerator. So essentially, even within the Department of Government Consumer Services, so under the Minister of Digital Government, they were able to stand up the Ontario Digital Service and also at the federal level. And that service is basically an accelerator for several products to essentially be the example of what it looks like to change the service digitally and provide those consulting services to other departments so that they can also do the same thing. Essentially making sure that you're teaching, this is the change management component where you're teaching the employees and your colleagues and people that are working with you how to work with the new system, how to build and test their own prototypes within existing teams and support the development of talent across the government, and then incorporating privacy, accessibility, and working openly by design. And so on the technical side, essentially the major shift in mindset is centering the user. So how do we help the user access the service more easily, more seamlessly, and essentially, focusing on users who are vulnerable first, such as somebody who doesn't have internet and how they can access the service, and then building from there. So for example, it could be looking like something where you have you start with a paper-based version, which is what already exists, and then work your way up to a digital version. So you have that perspective from both ends, somebody who might need to go in person to a service desk, or somebody who can actually just work on their own from the comfort of their sofa at home. And you want to test prototype iterative improve based on feedback from testing with citizens themselves. And in our context in Canada, we do pay people. So, it could be a gift card, it could be an online gift card that we give out. So like we give out Tim Hortons gift cards here. But essentially you want to test with actual users from the public so they can tell you what's wrong with your service and you can make those changes. And then you want to scale that product to the rest of the public. And so for example, I'm not sure if anybody's heard of CRB, but within COVID-19, the Canadian government gave our citizens about $2,000 biweekly to citizens to deal with, staying at home, loss of jobs, and so forth. One of the major shifts within Canadian ways of working was that we actually had to remove barriers. So to provide welfare services to citizens before this experience was, it took many, many months to qualify, many forms, a lot of information has to be provided up front before you could even qualify to get, welfare from the government. But with CIB, what is a great example here is that we actually had to think about, okay, what can we do to make a service available within 3 business days? What is the essential information we can ask for and we can verify later? And then what does it look like to work with what we have and build from there, and then iteratively change over time. So for example, one of those major approaches was essentially scaling by citizens enrolling by birth month. So, you were advised to, like if you're born in January, you would enroll by like a certain date. And so you were able to, over time, add more citizens. For context, within Canada, we have 38 million people. So it's a lot to do that all at once. And we've seen examples where in the US, with healthcare, the healthcare website, are able to try to log on at the same time. And so it crashed the computers and the databases that were holding up that service. Whereas in our context, we were able to over time add more and more people and manage that growth and scaling across Canada as people signed up for the service. So here's an example of that. So you'll see, on one day, we had certain people sign up by, so Monday, January, February, March, Tuesday, April, May, June, and you can see so forth. That's how it worked. And so that helped manage a lot of the growth that was very rapid within a few months, and also enabled the government to negotiate with various vendors, so with Microsoft, with various vendors to scale internally, so providing more devices, laptops, computers to internal employees who were now work from home, as well as externally providing services to citizens as people had to work from home as well. And so this is a great example of how, when people have to file their taxes at the end of the year, having received the CRB service, we have a private, as an example of a private company that's integrated into our CRA, which is the revenue agency databases. So you can actually file online. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, good. So you can actually file online with your online service. So essentially using TurboTax, a private company that work with the public, which is CRA, and essentially filing online and making it a very seamless service. So it's an example of a public-private partnership to file your taxes within the Canadian context. And then for sharing of data, so for example, in Ontario, one thing that really set the standard for sharing data to start doing digital approaches to services, which was the public budget. This is something that you see a lot in many countries when they start open government initiatives. That's usually the first place that they start, which is opening up the data when it comes to how government spends their money, where it goes, how much is spent on IT contracts, and basically criticizing that and looking at what do we need to actually spend. Canada notoriously overspends. We have about $4.2 billion in spending. This is not to say that we have amazing services, just because we spend more. I will say that a lot of that money does go towards maintaining old systems. We have a lot of legacy data, legacy systems in Canada, because the country is so large and in many of the provinces work independently of each other. So this isn't to say that you need to spend more to have better services. It's more so to say that, within even our services that you've seen so far that we've changed.
Lequan, could you kindly try to wrap up very quickly?
Yep.
We're running over time. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. And so those services essentially were developed with less funding than even was used in the past for many services. Going forward, so examples of API stores, open government, partnering with citizens to build certain products, partnering with the public to build digital trust services, so credentials to help businesses provide services and build contact with the government more easily. And then we also have examples of failures, which show us that a lot of our successes are initiatives that are tested, iterative, frugal, and have an agile approach are much more successful than simply spending all over the time, all over IT. And we see that being more frugal has been much more successful in our context. And so yeah, in Estonia, you also have examples of digital ID. I'll skip this for now, but I think that the whole idea about digital ID isn't necessarily having the ID; it's having access to your own data. And so, yeah.
Lequan, I'm sorry to do this, but we're really running over time, and we won't have time for the other speakers. We would try to incorporate some of the stuff in your presentation in the discussion. Sorry about that. Okay.
No problem. Okay, thank you.
All right, cool. All right, so basically, Lequan said a tremendous amount of information, right? And she initially started the conversation about the how we actually perform digital transformation in the government area, right? And it consisted of three main points. First, you have to identify the process, right, that you want to digitize. The second stage is performing the planning, right, which did a lot. She said 13 points for Ontario and stuff like that. And the third phase is the execution. And she highlighted in the execution part is that you sometimes need to change your governing laws in order to get past a lot of digital transformation things, right? So remember that 3 points to perform digital transformation, right? We'd go on to our next speaker now. Ravi, could you please share your screen and do your presentation?
I can, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll make back up some of this time so that we can get to Mr. Mitchell, who I'm very curious to listen to. The reality is that I'm coming in from KPMG, for those who don't know, and my role is head of cyber and technology enablement and technology. solutions. So I'm really looking at it from the technology perspective, but also as a citizen and a user of these innovative products. What I really want to say is that, you know, COVID has accelerated the digital journey. But this journey started decades ago. For those of us who remember, you know, we used to write letters and send them by post, and maybe 6 weeks later, somebody would receive that message. You know, and as time evolved, we went to faxes and now to emails, that you don't even think about letter writing in the same way. So the digital journey has started. It's nothing new. It may be a buzzword in the community today, but it's actually been ongoing for decades. And the beauty is, you know, it's how do we move it to the next level? How are we going to use these new technologies that are emerging to transform the society that we live in? You know, we've seen, you know, the government digital transformation involves changing corporate culture, organizational models and methods. You know, we have to take advantage of the emerging technologies so that we can become more efficient at doing business. And this is what it is. How do we improve the lives of the citizens of our jurisdiction, of our countries? But as I said to you before, this has already started. We're already on this journey. You know, the days are gone when you used to have to file your tax return by filling up long pieces of paper and then going and standing in a line at the tax office just to make sure you could submit it. Now we are doing things online. We're shopping online. We've seen in Barbados as an example that you can get your driver's license online. You can get your police certificate of character online. Immigration departments are changing how visitors arrive on the island with online immigration forms. We saw that in Jamaica. You know, we've seen it in Barbados. You know, and COVID was a big part of that acceleration, but it's making that whole process more seamless and easier, and it allows us to sort of enjoy the technologies and make it a little bit better for it. So persons like myself who struggle with my glasses sitting on a plane bouncing around, I can fill my form in well in advance and don't have to think about it. And literally with a QR code, walk up to the immigration officer, and 2 minutes later, I'm in the country and picking up my bags and going about my business. So we have seen that change occur. And it is something that we need to embrace. But it's critical that governments take a holistic approach. It is not a simple matter of just saying we're on this journey. So, you know, we need to benefit from economies of scale. We need to make sure that what we're doing is very coordinated, so that we can maximize these benefits. And some simple examples, you know, having a digital ID is good, but it's much better if it's unique and universal. You know, offering online services is good, you know, but it's better if it's accessed through a single point of access. You know, so these are just some of the things that we can look at that really can better the society. And I think Laquan actually articulated a lot of things going on in Canada that we are mirroring and seeing mirrored throughout our jurisdictions. You know, whether it's Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, we're seeing that process being mirrored in our territory. Finally, you know, what I'd like to talk about is that, you know, we need to get the right legislation. We see so many times that the technology moves faster than the legislation. And so, you know, a good example is the digital currencies that are coming out, or the cryptocurrencies that we're seeing in the market, but no legislation to protect investors in that. So we need to bring that up to speed. The reskilling of citizens, you know, the recent, for those who don't know, there's a new AI that's come out that's called ChatGPT, that actually wrote a paper for the Wharton School of Business and actually passed the exam. So, you know, there's a fear going around in the community that some of these new tools will take jobs away from our citizens. So we have to be aware of that. We have to ensure that we can reskill the citizens so that they can take advantages of these new technologies. And it's absolutely key that private companies, that academics, that technology specialists, you know, that we participate in this journey, and that we support the governments, by keeping them transparent, by holding them to the highest level of accountability, that assisting them with our knowledge, so that we can actually help them on this journey. This is not a one-way street. This is a collective effort for us to achieve a better society for all. So 10 years from now, when we look back, we're able to see how we participated and assisted on this journey. Some final thoughts. We really, like I said, we need to embrace these new technologies. It's critical. And I think that when we look back, and time will be the best judge of this, but all the pains that we go through in developing our societies and enabling our societies, as long as we keep the citizens at the core of whatever we do, and we utilize the technologies to benefit our society, this is truly a win for us. And from my perspective, I see myself as someone who is there to support wherever I can, to help enable governments achieve the right path, and sort of see myself, in 10 years looking back thinking, wow, look where we were and look where we are today. So I'd just like to close off by saying thank you. I did speed that up, so in the interest of time, and I'll pass it back to you, Ken, and I'm really looking forward to listening to the other speakers. So thank you very, very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ravi. That was a very concise and very well-informed presentation. One of the main things that came out of Ravi's presentation is the advantages of having digital governance, right? He said that it makes government operations and systems, it improves in its responsiveness, efficiency, right? It also is, equitable delivery for all public service, and it improves the public life for its citizens. And one of the main things too, it ensures transparency because everything is digital, right? So thank you very much, Ravi. And we'll go on to our last presentation now, done by Mr. Wendell Mitchell. Wendell, could you please present for us?
Certainly, thank you. Let me know when you're seeing the screen, Ken.
Yes, we are seeing it, Wendell.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. And I just want to start the presentation. I don't know how many people are as old as me, but growing up watching Sesame Street, whenever I think of digital transformation, the Sesame Street skit that comes to mind is the Tweedlebugs, where they said they would take the car to the zoo. They wanted to get to the zoo, and someone suggested they take the car to the zoo. So when they brought the car, they picked up the car and they walked to the car. So technology is not of any use unless we transform our mindset and thinking and our ability to use it. So the mental model and so on. So basically, let me just go through the presentation. Yeah. So if we look,
Wendell, you went mute.
Wendell, you're muted. Could you unmute your computer, please?
sorry about that. Yeah, so basically we just look at the overview of the ministry and what we see as digital society, and then we'll move on to some of the things we're doing in digital society and digital government. So I may skip a few of the slides. Basically, in terms of our roadmap for economic recovery, we are looking at building a digital nation, building institutional capacity, and reigniting our national value system. So you have, and there are other things in the social sector in terms of women, civil society, etc. And those are some of the key outcomes we want to have as a society. And we are going to be using technology to help with some of those things. Now, in terms of the ministry itself, the mandate we have from our minister. It's a new way to address the end-to-end consumption and delivery of goods and services to customers using appropriate digital technology. So there are four takeaways from that mandate we have from our minister. One, it has to be a new way. It has to be end-to-end. And part of that, one of the things we've coined in that end-to-end is no wrong door. Delivery of service. So we have to focus on the fact that we are delivering a service, not a transaction, and that we have to use appropriate technology. And sometimes in the case of the elderly and those sort of things, appropriate technology may be no technology, but really somebody to assist them, and that person uses the technology. So it's appropriate technology is there. In terms of our program, we've broken our program into 3 buckets: digital society, to make sure that persons are literate, they have access to ICT. And in the context of what we are talking about when we move into digital economy, also that they go beyond just having access to ICT, but they can have careers in ICT. And that's where the digital economy part comes in. Then digital government, where we have efficient services and government is agile. In terms of digital society, some of the things that we have done in 3 buckets, in terms of making persons digitally literate, we have a digital skills program that we've launched. And this is not just about training persons to use IT, but also training persons for careers in IT, not just as workers, but we want to have as many entrepreneurs as possible. In terms of the basic IT training, we have a partnership with YTEP where we have 1,100 students trained. In terms of the other thing we've done is we've distributed devices through Ministry of Education, Social Services, etc. And we have activated access centers where persons who don't have access to technology, internet, we have homework supervision and those centers can go there and get assistance. And access to internet, we have a TT Wi-Fi. That's an initiative through TAT, Telecommunications Authority, where the concessionaires provide free Wi-Fi access in certain public spaces like government plaza, etc. And we've just done an expression of interest for something called TV white spaces, which is to utilize the unused TV bandwidth for persons to have access to internet in rural or hard to reach areas. In terms of the, well, I'll skip this slide in the interest of time. Becoming digital, what goes into the mix? Online customers, we have to have customers who can access you online, so you don't have to come into the office. We must have digital collaboration, not just for the customers, but internally within work, you are assisting somebody, you must be able to collaborate digitally. And you must have certain key digital services where you deposit things online, you may dispose funds online, you have your online ledgers and accounts, because invariably, if your back office is paper, it will invariably produce a bottleneck and a challenge to end-to-end. In that regard, one of the main initiatives that the government is looking at is the EID solution. And I want to point out that the EID is a tool. Many persons are asking for the electronic ID. And I think it was Ravi who spoke about the issue of the electronic ID, and it's important that it be universal and singular. So the EID is an effort to create a universal ID where persons are identified across, in the first instance, government, and hopefully through private sector partnership with entrepreneurs. It can extend into the private arena as well. So that is where we are going with the EID system. And I want to emphasize, though, in terms of the digital transformation, one of the underemphasized elements are change management. And one of the underemphasized elements is change management. So while we're talking about the tools, hopefully in our discussion, we could come about the change management and meaningful things. Because, for instance, as a society, we all like doubles. But sometimes you go in a space and you always wonder, why is there a long line by one doubles man and the other doubles man has no line? So it's a matter of the quality, the taste, and the sometimes customer service as well. And therefore, all of that is a matter of people and processes. So we can, the technology should really be the last thing that comes in there. But a lot of times we fail at the digital transformation because we lead with the technology and we don't look at the people and processes. So the electronic ID is the solution that we are looking at. And the ideas would be to eliminate the use for multiple pieces of government IDs. You have faster transactions and enables you to initiate government transactions online. And you have more efficient government. You don't have to do all of these manual checks, filing paper, etc., and minimize duplicate records, etc. So that is what we are looking for, the benefits we're looking to leverage from the electronic ID. And the electronic ID framework, which will be used by citizens, residents, registered immigrants. It will be used for authentication, encryption, and digital signatures. And I don't know if you'll have time to get into the legality of that in the panel discussion, but it is important to make a distinction between digital signatures there, as opposed to what some persons may be wanting to look at advanced electronic signatures, which need certificate authority. So there are digital signatures that we can do that the present legislation allows for. So sometimes we are thinking we can't do things, but we can. And in terms of the e-identity, it must comply or satisfy personal data protection legislation, etc. Some of the things we are doing within the legislation, we are not making it mandatory. Unlike other governments, it's an opt-in and you can opt out. It is going to be zero knowledge base. So it is really, we're just identifying that this person exists. We're not going to be storing or giving out any information on the individual. And we will be using various technologies. For now, we are starting with facial recognition via hash. But in subsequent sprints, we will look at smart cards and other things, because obviously smart cards, those things require you to outfit ministries and other locations with infrastructure. And all of it will be connected by an interoperability solution and an immutable ledger. You as a citizen will always have the ability to see where your ID was accessed, who accessed it, and if you're not comfortable, you can opt out of the program. So that's the main, our main trust with respect to digital technology and digital transformation in the ministry at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Wendell, for that very informative presentation. Right. As you could see, Trinidad is well on its way to full digital transformation. And as Wendell pointed out, one of the key things that we need to pin down is our digital ID or EID. And from that, everything would flow much more smoothly. Transactions across all ministries, even, you could use it to do various tasks. So you don't need like multiple IDs, and it should be safe because you say it have various encryption mechanisms in it built in, right? We would talk a little more about the encryption and stuff when we are talking on the trends, right? So thank you very much, Wendell. Right. So we move on to our second section on this discussion, where we talk about the discussion on trending topics in digital governance society. Right. And some of the trending topics is mobility, right? Data and analytics, cybersecurity, cloud computing and storage, and last but not least, customer experience. Right now, the mobility one is fairly simple, right? Users and customers need to access websites and stuff like that on the fly, right? So you need access for smartphones and tablets and stuff like that. And people who have, built-in, stationary cards and stuff like that that you have to go in and punch in manually and stuff, that is phasing out at the moment. Right. So we have a discussion on the second topic right now, which is data analytics and AI useful for digital governance and society? Right. Would anyone out of the panel like to answer that? Ravi or Wendell or Lekon?
Well, I'll jump in here for a second. Laquan, just before you come in, I just want to say that data and analytics, that's a key component. A good, but it's based on good quality data, and again, when you have that data, you can use it to see where the benefits can be applied across the country. It is not simple, but it does allow you to look at things like birth rates, death rates, types of illnesses, where certain areas are developing, where certain areas are underdeveloped. It'll help you with education. And once people start to compile this data and start getting useful, meaningful information from it, we can see the benefits. And I think there's no doubt that good data across the board will assist government in knowing where to apply limited resources, because we are not dealing with unlimited resources in this world. So I think it's a key part of our development. Laquan, I'll pass it on to you because you can add to that.
Yeah, great point. I agree with you on that. I would add to that, having a healthy approach to data. So, data doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to be, consistently collected in a perfect way, which is something that I find sometimes is a flaw in other contexts. But having an understanding that, data standards can enable that good quality data that lets you make those insights. And then also, I would say that, having those kind of insights help you to anticipate needs. So for example, you can integrate benefit delivery. So if somebody loses their job and they file the taxes, you can have triggers that allow them to, start a process to get their EI, employment insurance within the next few weeks. They can start that process. So I think things like that, or even providing receipts. So for example, if somebody, applies for a service and sometimes it might take longer than expected, having those automated receipts so that people know what step they're at in a process really helps the citizens understand what's happening with their data. So I'd say finding ways to use those insights to improve your services. Just like Ravi said, to be able to provide resources to places where you might not be able to get insights previously would be a great approach to using that data analytics to improve government services.
All right, thanks. Great answer. Wendell, you want to add anything or move on to the next question?
We can move on. I think the answer is basically either customer service and insights or efficiency in your operations. So it's up to you. And as Liquan said, it doesn't have to be perfect. The important thing is the insights and what you do with it.
All right, good stuff. Right. So our next topic is security in digital transformation. Is it needed? Is it necessary? Right. I'd like to start off the answers with Ravi, as he's the expert in cyber at the moment. Ravi, could you give us a comment on cyber?
So is it necessary? Absolutely. Security is at the key of this digital transformation. However, what I would like to say is that security is everyone's business. It is not just the business of government or the people providing the technologies. I think people need to be aware of their own personal responsibilities to look after their data. And we see this time and time again online. People post on Facebook, oh, this is my daughter's birthday and my daughter's name is this, born on that date, and my first house was this. These are the questions the banks will ask you. These are your security questions, and people post it on social media. The number of times we see people, you go and you scrape that information put together a profile of someone so that you can target them online. So first and foremost, everyone needs to take responsibility for their security. It is not a technology or government issue alone. We will provide support and we will do things to enable the best practices. But the reality is the weakest link starts with you, and it's everyone's responsibility. So that's the first takeaway in that regard. The other part is, look, technology is there. For those who remember, the good old days, you could leave your doors open, you went out, you left your house, everything was unlocked. All of a sudden you had to lock your doors, then you had to put wrought iron bars. Next thing you know, you had the alarm, the dogs, things evolve. And security is also changing even in the digital sphere. And I think it is absolutely critical, that we use the best practices. I've seen some interesting, questions in how that will be done. And yes, there will be cyber incidents, there will be pen testing going on, there will be constant monitoring. But if we get the basics right, if each person is responsible, if we get the access controls right, if we make sure that we're on the right versions of anything, if we train people, if we know what we have, these basics will go a long way in ensuring a secure, and I use the word secure because we know the world we live in, but it will go a long way in ensuring a secure environment for people to operate in and to feel safe in. And that's the goal of persons like myself, to lend support to ensure that we can get people on board to behave in that manner that will keep their data safe and private and protect them.
All right, thanks, Ravi. You summed up almost everything there. Anybody else would like to add anything, or we can
I'll add something. I'll add a few lines. I would also say that the biggest hack is social engineering. It's not necessarily online. So I know within Canada, for the CEIB, the biggest problem we had was that people were calling folks as the CRA and getting them to give them information over the phone. It wasn't an email, it wasn't a website, it was just a phone call. And so, having those service standards, people know that, okay, government's never gonna call you on the phone. They're never gonna do these certain things. People know what something is a hack. I would say that, another example internally is that, senior officials often get requests from both vendors that will send an email, requesting of a seat for a certain service that was not provided. And so there's things like that where, as I said, training is essential, but also understanding that you're likely to get phished, an email with a fake email or a fake website, and recognizing those tools of manipulation, essentially. And so there is an element of having to educate and make people digitally literate so they understand when they're looking at something that's not true online. And we have several examples of that within COVID, misinformation, things like that. So there is that element of teaching the public to look out for those signs of false information.
All right, great.
I just want to add as well. I mean, there are two types of people in this world: those who've been hacked, and those who don't know they have been hacked. So it's important that you will be hacked, and cyber resiliency is an important element in terms of backups and continuity, and having your critical data stored with proper data loss prevention mechanisms in place.
Very good comment, Wendell. Thanks. Right. So you heard it from the three panelists, right? Cybersecurity is on the forefront, is very essential for digital governance. Because there are hackers everywhere and they are evolving hacking methods every day as well, right? So we'll talk about our next item on trending topics, which is the advantages of having cloud computing and storage on, the online applications in digital governance, right? Would anyone like to start off the conversation?
I could go.
Okay.
I know for cloud, essentially one of for us, one of the major considerations was that we were able to gain insights to business processes, deliver apps more easily, and then essentially working with vendors that allowed us to, set the standards. So, for example, if you're using cloud, using various servers, we could have standards around data residency, so data has to reside within Canada, or information needs to be held on a separate server for government services only. And then by outsourcing that, you have several mechanisms where you can, integrate cybersecurity, integrate automatic updates, reduce costs where necessary, things like that. So, beyond a simple answer of, we could easily access information from anywhere easily, but it's more than that, where you're able to have an approach where the information is standardized. You can then implement anything you want within that system and provide those services. You also have access to talent that lets you, roll out new services very quickly because you outsource part of the infrastructure. And so there's many benefits to it, beyond like cost reduction, things like that. But it helps you provide a more efficient way of, updating and allowing people to, embrace the changes over time technology without having to, only work within an on-premise system where they're very restricted to what exists in the past. You can, embrace what's coming in the future as well.
So
great.
Laquan, I mean, I fully agree. The cloud is an inevitability. It's here. We're already interacting with the cloud. I think, though, from a citizenship perspective, I think one of the challenges we face in the Caribbean is data centers and data sovereignty, and where does it reside? Do we keep it? There's this. A lot of the data privacy legislation indicates that it should be kept on island. We don't have those large-scale data centers on island, so some of the benefits of the cloud are lost. But I think, as we start thinking where best to keep our data and what and the legislation allows us to, we will start to see that change coming about. But the reality and what I'd like to take away for everyone is we're already there. Whether you realize it or not. Most places and most countries are working in a hybrid, some form of hybrid environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Estonia has a great example though. So go ahead.
Yeah, Wendell.
Yeah, so I just want to take off from what Ravi said. Hybrid cloud is the way to go because based on your data and your services, you want flexibility, and you want the flexibility of being able, for instance, low cost services that you don't want to distract you, putting it on a low cost cloud that's non-proprietary. You also want the flexibility of some very maybe seasonal services that are not necessarily practical to keep online, to use a high-end type cloud service, but at the same time, you still want your on-premise capabilities for matters of sovereignty and IT continuity. So hybrid cloud would be the way that we have to go.
All right, thanks everyone. Right. Also one of the like highlighted by Laquan, one of the key advantages of cloud is we are local systems that is just local server based. If that machine is to go down, your whole application temporarily goes down. But if you have it on the cloud, it hopefully you'll get a more seamless running of the application. All right. So we come into the last item on trending topics, which is customer experience in digital governance and society. How important is it? Right now, I saw in Laquan's presentation, right? They had a very good feedback loop when they were designing their digital transformation system, where they had the customer at the center, right? Laquan, you could probably elaborate a little bit on the how important is the customer experience in digital governance?
Certainly. I mean, I would say that that's the most important thing. I mean, in the past, IT services provided by the government were essentially them in a waterfall style. So you provide money, you plan it, you deliver with no insight from anybody. It's essentially just, technical folks making a product, and then you deal with what you have. And so we found that doesn't really work. And so, providing opportunities for users to set the standard of what they need, and telling, technical teams, telling communications teams, design teams, policy, at all stages of development, you want to know what is it that will actually engage the user and help them finish that process very quickly. And so that looks like, accessibility integrated, or, providing opportunities to access the service in various ways, whether it's by phone in the north, where there's very little internet access, or whether it's in person for somebody who's not digitally savvy, or on the phone for somebody who, wants to work from home on the sofa, right? So, we would test in all those different environments and see what it looks like to provide a service across those different experiences. And I know within our service, we will actually think of extreme examples. So a mother who has a kid on their hand and taking the bus at 8 a.m, thinking about those very extreme examples where they would need to have an easy service, and looking at those people and asking them, okay, what part of the process would make you stop? And do you need to spend 20 minutes on a form, and why is that? What part do you get stuck at? What are the questions that are confusing? And you'll see that there's many assumptions that are in our system that we don't know until we ask, right? So it's a major hack, I would say, to really getting right at the answers really quickly. So I recommend it, and it's not just in Canada, but across the world. You'll see that a lot of services that have been improved is because we've actually listened to people and integrated their feedback.
Okay, great. Even in Trinidad, we incorporate some customers, the citizens' feedback. I remember they had a presentation, and after the presentation, they asked for citizens' opinions, and it was documented. Isn't that true, Wendell? You can elaborate a little more on that, please.
Yes, so we have been utilizing some of the platforms on our website. We are also looking at something that we're piloting with Connected Cities in ARIMA. There's a platform called Citizens Lab that we are building out, which will allow the engaging of citizens even before we build what we want. So we go out there and say, "This, what do you want?" And we incorporate their feedback. Now, the thing about it is, that's one element, taking the feedback, but then in the design of the systems we acquire, we are trying to put that flexibility by designing everything that we're doing. So we are looking for omni-channel solutions that are flexible, scalable, and can allow for customer feedback. But I want to, and also incorporating the ability for continuous improvement. But I also want to say that there is a risk of trying to be all things to all people, because then you end up not serving any particular group very well. So we have to temper that in terms of what is practical. So getting that balance between being all things to all people and, we only do it this way. So that's some experimentation, co-creation, and feedback that we have to get to.
Ken, I would like,
Yes,
Wendell did say it correctly, you can't be everything to everybody. But my biggest fear, is the aging population that we have in the Caribbean. So for instance, my mother is 85 years old, technically challenged. And, my fear is that they will get lost in this transformation journey. And so I think, this is a group that has to be thought about, because they're not tech savvy. They're not going to give you the feedback in the way that you would like. They're not going to interact with these technologies in the way that you like. So, it would be nice for us to think how are we going to bring them in? How are we going to teach them? Are we going to create centers in some of the districts around the islands that will allow, older people to be taught how to interact with the government and these new technologies? Because, the beauty of living in the Caribbean is we do have an aging population. We do have a large aging population. And I think that is, they're one group that I believe that we need to sort of pay special attention to. Because, as you retire and you get older, you are interacting more and more, with the government, whether it's for your pension or social benefits or healthcare. So I think it is something that we have to consider, and I want to throw that at Wendell because I know that his ministry would also be looking at things like that.
Yes. So thank you, Ravi. Actually, we under our digital skills, there is a particular group we're looking at called digital advocacy. So there's some people you are going to be putting them through emotional trauma to force them to use some of these digital technologies. And we have to accept that persons will not be able to access us digitally. And that's part of the omni-channel. One of the channels is really the ability for in-person care. Now we are going to do it two ways. Through our government channels, where you go to an access center. That's why we're trying to build out as many access centers as possible. You can go to an access center, get support, get access to service, whether it is you want someone to assist you in doing it, or you want someone to assist you in setting up your device to do it. So you'll be able to have an access center to do that. The other element of the assistance is obviously some persons, in addition to the training that you give to the persons, it is ensuring that, okay, even if I started this online, if I get stuck, I can have a non-virtual recourse, because it is to accept that persons will have challenges, they will have emergencies. So we can't shut out the door to that population. And some persons are really never going to pick up a tablet or a computer to interact with government. But what I always tell my team though, is that when the US Embassy said they're not taking any more in-person appointments, I didn't see a single person over 80 fail to get their US visa. So digital advocacy is key. And to that end, we also want to empower. Part of our digital economy is we want to empower private sector. This is an opportunity for you to provide brokerage services to persons like that. And someone in the chat mentioned differently able as well.
All right, good answer, Wendell, and good point, Ravi. So Ravi actually jumped to the third section for our discussion. No problem, Ravi. Thank you very much. So we enter the third discussion now, which is on a discussion on the challenges faced by digital governance, right? And one of the major challenges, as Ravi and Wendell pointed out, is trying to, incorporate people and citizens who are not, the elderly, who are not tech savvy into this digital era, right? And as Wendell pointed out, they are actually implementing a number of access centers to actually aid these people who are not tech savvy. Another thing that the government is actually doing is that NASC and YTEP are currently offering free computer literacy courses from citizens in Trinidad and Tobago throughout their various centers to help, the population become tech savvy, right? So there's a drive, and hopefully, a lot of people would accept it. Of course, there are one or two people who would be stern in their ways, but you can't help that in big transformations like this, right?
But, Ken, one of the things that I will tell you, I think that in our primary schools, we need to start teaching kids how to program. We need to start it that young, not because they will go on to become programmers, but they will understand how the world functions. They will understand, they will have a basic understanding of it. And I think that education, is key. And I think we need to start it in our schools, get them started on it really young.
That is true. That actually was a topic that came up yesterday, right? And everyone agreed as that as well, right? So we're going on to, right, I want to wrap up in a couple minutes, right? I want to go on to something Wendell mentioned in his presentation with regards to, employee resistance to change. And, you're solving the gap with persons who don't have specialized IT skills. How is this a problem in, performing digital transformation? Wendell, you can elaborate a little more on this, please?
So yeah, so thanks. So one of the things we have to do is, as Likwan and other people would have said, you have to design with the customer in mind. So you have usability. First of all, some things could be very intimidating and not intuitive. That is one element. And surprisingly enough, technical capability is not necessarily the major issue. I think the major issue is trust, because the average citizen will quicker sign up on WeFed TT or what have you than to sign up for a government service, because they always feel the government is spying on you and is going to take your data and is up to something. So there's an issue of trust in there as well. So that's on the citizen side. On the employee side, we have to sometimes we try to rush the change and then make it a bit too painful. And you can't digitize everything. Sometimes you cannot digitize not knowing the reason why things are there. So that's why sometimes you have to allow it to evolve. Now not at a snail's pace, but you try to put a little creative tension there. So what you have to do in terms of creating that creative tension is have the tools and allow people to co-create. So you're not really throwing it down their throat, because persons may have valid reasons for resistance. For instance, in public service, the Exchequer Act, some of the things we may find as intuitive in digital transformation would be illegal unless the act has changed and these sort of things. So one of the other elements in the change management is getting some legislative changes, because persons will be standing by that.
All right, good stuff, Wendell. Right. We'll go on to the last challenge, right? Is the data protection for citizens' personal information, right? As you know, well, we spoke about, the usefulness of cloud and stuff like that. Trinidad currently has a Data Protection Act, right? That, it helps protect these citizens' personal information on one hand, but on the second hand, it prevents from, modernizing the digital transformation by putting all this information up there, right? So we have to come up with very innovative ways to get around, this data protection and, still use digital technologies to help our government agencies, right? Lekwan, could you elaborate a little more on the data protection for citizens' personal information?
Yeah, I would say, there's a two-pronged approach where, within Canada, we recently changed our privacy laws to allow government departments to share information across departments because it was too protected, where you had long processes, you have to give information individually to each department because of our laws. And so I find that having a balance between, enabling government internally to share information and then providing opportunities for the citizen to consent to that. So, the information is private, but they can consent to, okay, if I'm sharing information with, for example, in Canada, Health Canada, I am allowing it to be used at Statistics Canada for census data, things like that. And different kinds of data are protected differently. So health data is protected differently from, your tax data, protected differently from your, information, when you're renewing your license, right? So looking at the kinds of data that you want to protect, whether it's on a private cloud, and then having that public information that can be shared available to citizens. I think Estonia really nailed it with this one, was because they have that portal that people can individually access on their own laptop, protected with their own key and all that. So they can access information and see what's being touched by different departments. And they have a lot to protect that from, for example, if you access information as a government employee that you shouldn't access, like you're not actually incented to that on the citizen side, they could go to jail, right? So having different approaches to align with how you want to provide your services, what kind of data is protected, and how you want to enforce that within the Trinidadian context, I would look into that.
All right, thanks, Lacan. I believe to Trinidad laws with data privacy, it needs a little massaging as well. It's a bit stern at the moment, so we could probably follow Canada's approach to massage it to get things going a little faster, right? This brings us to our last topic on challenges. I'll just do it a quick review, right? How you access if your customers and citizens are ready for digital transformation, right? So I went on invest.co.tt website, and these are some of the statistics that they have. They say a little over 75% of Trinidad and Tobago is 4G. Right, and it has coverage, and 77.3% is internet penetration. Right, it have 1.08 million internet users. Right, it has 5 undersea fiber cables, and it have inland fiber cables that cover 100% of all populated areas. Trinidad is ranked 3rd in the Caribbean for overall network readiness. Right, using the Network Readiness Index, right, which to sum it all up, right, we are ready for digital transformation to a very large extent, right? So let's go on to our final area of discussion, right? I'd like to wrap this up in a couple minutes so I can leave at least the last 10 minutes to take questions from the audience. Right, so our last section is discussion on the future of digital governance and society. Right, what does a technology-enabled future look for in our country look like? Right, the first item is digital governance for the regularization of tech companies. Right, is of course that all this digital governance we trying to improve, or they always saying diversify the economy, right? And well, digitization is one of the major steps to diversify the company, right? With digital governance, you can have a lot of spin-off tech companies and stuff like that, right? But in order to do that, you probably need regularization laws for them to operate in. What is your opinion on that, Ravi?
Oh, you're right. Legislation has to be in place. We have to protect users. We have to make sure that the infrastructure is in place for this digital journey. But if I look forward to the future and I think of myself and having a unique identifier, my unique ID card, and I think of where can it take me. So a good example I like to give is that, what happens if I am, I leave Trinidad and I'm in Barbados or in Jamaica on vacation and I leave my prescription. Do I have to go to the doctor? But maybe I have my unique identifier, which has my data that I can take it into a pharmacy in another territory and say, here you go, and they can see my records and it's validated and it's tied to me. Wouldn't that be great? That I can have that prescription filled in Barbados, even without having to go to a doctor, because there's my information, which I've allowed, but it all ties back together to transparency. Which data do I want to allow? Not everybody will allow the same level of information to be shared. So this is an individual personal decision that you will make, where it goes. and I think that transparency of how your data is being used is critical across the board. So but this is the future I'm seeing. I'm seeing my life getting easier. This is the whole purpose of this. This is not for governments to watch you. This is for governments to help you achieve a seamless interaction with them. This is for companies to offer their services. So I see a lot of benefits, and I'm excited about this journey.
Okay, great answer, Ravi. Right, another item is governance over the internet. Right, with so much technology and digitization happening. Luckily, TTIGF does a lot of this aspect in Trinidad. Right, on the board of TTIGF. Drum roll, good stuff, guys. Right, another item. I don't know if it's possible or it would be beneficial, is to develop collaborations with other countries to work on digital projects. Like for instance, India, Brazil, and South Africa, acronym IBSA, work together in the area of digital governance. Wendell, do you think it would be beneficial for the country to develop collaborations, even with our sister Caribbean islands, to promote digital projects across the Caribbean?
Yes, actually, there are certain forums through the ITU and CTU. There are initiatives in place. Some things being discussed, interoperability of electronic IDs. There's actually a summit, not just for the Caribbean, but the Caribbean and Latin America. That's in, I think, the 15th of February. That they are going to be discussing and progressing the standards and how they embrace that. Some of the Latin American countries like Argentina, Colombia, etc., are already using what they call a list of lists, the interoperability of the electronic IDs. There are discussions around consolidating data centers or having interoperability being failing over one data center to another. So these discussions are taking place, and under the IDB, there is also an initiative to bring the IT digital transformation ministers, the ministers with those responsibilities together to discuss some other initiatives as well.
All right, great stuff, Ravi. Now it's 10 to, right? So I'd like to pause here for a while and give the audience a chance to ask a couple of questions. Right. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists? Going once. Oh yeah, Tracy, I see your hand up. Could you you have the floor?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to say that there are a lot of questions in the chat, Ken. A lot of questions.
Could you read out one, Tracy?
Well, I think Wendell Mitchell is answering it now, but maybe we could just speak to it. So there's a lot of questions on TT Connect and what's going on ttconnect.gov.tt. So basically, that if I could just let know what people is happening. That's the government portal that also has a rudimentary electronic ID called TT Connect ID that was being used by many people to do transactions, TT BizLink and e-tax. And it's also being used heavily by the diaspora and other citizens to access government information, forms, etc. So that portal seems to have been down for some time, and there's been no explanation as to what exactly happened, and there's been no time frame for it to be restored. So the question has been being asked as to what's been going on with that. And I'm supporting that question. That was the first question I was asked actually at the start of the session by Rodney Taylor and re-asked by several other people. So we could start with that. Yeah.
So I put a response in the chat. So the TT Connect is up. What is happening is that there was a challenge where they had to change the server, and that required an updating of the URL. And actually, my understanding is I think one or two of the ministries that redirect, you still have the old link. So So some of them still have to be updated, but it is operational now. It's just that some of the sites, like I know Indian Revenue, is directing you to the wrong URL, so that has to be updated.
I think so. Let me see if I could clarify what's happening. So TD Connect serves two purposes. One is that which you just mentioned, which has the ID. So that is,
Yeah.
I think you just addressed that. But the thousands of pages that were on the site, there's a huge amount of content that was on the site, and a lot of forms as well, downloadable forms that were collated over time. So people have been used, especially overseas people. This is the question that I'm asking. We're using that site to access information about governments, how to do things in Trinidad and Tobago. It actually had a wizard, how do I do things, and et cetera, et cetera. So that has been down for some time. So the portal itself has been down, the portal. So and also the gateway to other websites, et cetera, et cetera. So the question is there has been some discussion as we understand that there's been some interesting issues with the back end of it in terms of the age of the servers and so on and so forth. But putting that aside, I guess given that you're here, do you have a time frame for when it will be restored? TT Connect itself, the portal, not necessarily the ID discussion, which you said has been being addressed by the various agencies.
Well, so I'll have to double check that, because my information was from our last meeting that it was operational, and actually we had a chat back and forth earlier this week coming out of something as we realized some persons were being redirected to the wrong URL. So I'll have to check into that and see if it is, and I will get I'll get an official response from TT Connect to the team from iGov TT on that. But our information was that it was back up. It's just that some locations had the wrong URL. So I'll have to double check that.
Okay. And there are a couple other questions in chat. So maybe Ken, you want to go through them, or you want me to read them out for you?
You can read us. Let me read out this one from Roger Chung from COSAT, right? Do we know as a society, public, private, know what our core business is, what your most important services is, what services increase access to your core business, what cannot be done, broken for an hour, a day, a week, 1 month, and stuff like that. So basically, Roger is asking, do we have any system that prioritizes our digital governance, right? Different system, subsystems and stuff like that.
So we don't as yet, because at present, because of and Likwan would have mentioned it, because of the sovereignty of each of the various ministries, they deal with their services and their services only. For us to get involved, we have to establish memorandums of understanding explicitly with each ministry, and even those limit what you can and cannot do. Now, in terms of our digital transformation program, we have identified 9 key ministries, the 5 ministries that deal with IDs and registration, and then you have things like health, you have things like social services, etc. Are the key ministries that we are going to be on national security, etc. So in the key ministries, we are going to work to create some priority end-to-end digital services for. I think also land and fisheries, and so there are some that we are in discussion. Ministry of Education, we're in heavy discussion with, but these things will be subject to memorandum. You have to, because our laws have not been amended like they did for Canada, we have to go through explicit MOU processes.
Wendell, can I just add one thing? I do believe ministries are engaging firms such as ours to do business impact analysis. This is something that they've always done. I know throughout the Caribbean and different territories that the individual ministries will reach out at different periods of time as they try to understand their business. So I think it may not be, a centralized approach, but I do believe that a lot of the ministries are engaging in these type of activities, especially as we are moving into a more digitized world, so they are conducting these.
All right, great stuff, guys. Unfortunately, we reached a time limit of 10 o'clock, right? We had a great conversation today, right? We covered 4 areas. The first one, the panelists gave presentations of examples of digital governance and transformation. Secondly, we discuss some of the trending topics in digital governance and society, such as mobility, data analytics, cybersecurity, cloud computing and storage, and customer experience. Then we spoke about some of the challenges faced in digital governance, like dealing with those that are not tech savvy, the elderly, right? Employee resistance to change, right? And accessing if your customers are ready for digital transformation, and the Data Protection Act for citizens' personal information. And lastly, we covered items on how the future would look in digital governance, right? In terms of regularization for tech companies, government and private sector working together, right? Developing collaborations with other countries and stuff like that, right? So we are there. This is a huge topic, and I strongly believe an hour and a half wasn't enough to talk about it, but we covered a tremendous amount, and I'd like to thank everyone for listening on and logging in, right? I'll hand it over now to Tracy.
Actually, I will take it over there. Ken, thanks very much. Ken, a wonderful presentation here. Hats off to you guys. I think you really kept us in queue and in check. So we're going to have a 9-minute break. It would have been 10, but a 9-minute break. And we start promptly at 10:10. So go wet your throat, take a little 5, stretch your legs, and I'll see you back in the next, looks like 8 minutes now. Bye. Take care. See you in a bit.
Bye, everyone. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Take care.
I have that too.
What is LACNIC? LACNIC is the Internet Address Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean, and one of the 5 existing regional Internet registries. Internet registries are independent, not-for-profit, membership-based, and led by the community. Our membership base is made up of entities operating networks and providing services in 33 territories across the region. They are the ones who elect the members of our board of directors. Our main function is to assign and manage Internet number resources based on the rules or policies developed by the community through a transparent, public, open, and consensus-based process. We promote the development of infrastructure, capacity building, and applied research through various initiatives and cooperation projects. We organize 2 annual events which provide space for multi-stakeholder dialogue and technical training on topics of interest to the community. We participate in various forums, bringing with us a regional perspective and promote the development of Internet standards. If you would like to participate and learn more about our activities and services, visit our website. We are building a regional community for a better global Internet.
Actually on screen if you're not realize you're on screen.
Right, thank you. Just
All
want
right.
to sound check.
Yeah, okay, sounding good, Aj. Okay, good morning again, everyone, and welcome back. I know you are well watered, well rested, well stretched by now. Right, so we have our last but by all means, this is really going to be a very, very interesting presentation by our panelists on the art of cybersecurity attacks, risks, and threats. Aren't we all inundated with these attacks? And we hear about it not only nationally, but internationally. So I'm very, very interested in this, and I'm sure all of you are very interested in this as well. So our very own Ajmal Nazir will be our moderator. Aj is a director also at TTIGF. So Aj, I don't want to steal your thunder, buddy. So I'll pass it on to you to introduce your star-studded cast here. And let's hear how not to get attacked. Over to you, Aj.
Thank you, Dev. There are two types of companies, those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. That was said by Robert S. Mueller III, former director of the FBI. Earlier this month, T-Mobile discovered that a malicious actor gained access to their systems in November last year and stole personal information from 37 million customers. A few weeks ago, MailChimp, the email marketing platform, alerted customers that they had suffered a data breach due to the social engineering attack. That's their first for 2023 and the third in the last 9 months. Norton LifeLock sent a notice to their customers in mid-January that over 6,000 of their customers' accounts had been breached in recent weeks due to a stuffing attack. December 2022, Uber announced that a hacker had gained access to 70,000 plus Uber employees' data and was posting stolen corporate data. They believe the breach occurred because of a third-party vendor. Health insurance Medibank revealed in October 2022 that almost 4 million of their customers' data had been exposed to the hacker. In the third quarter of 2022, 1 out of every 42 healthcare organizations was the victim of a ransomware attack. And in August, a data breach into Plex, a media server app used by millions, resulted in personal encrypted data of their customers being compromised. Welcome everyone to our panel discussion on the topic of cybersecurity. We have a distinguished group of hard-hitting experts with us today who will be sharing their unique insights and experiences on the challenges and opportunities in the field of cybersecurity. I am Ajmal Nazir, your moderator for this panel. I have extensive in-depth knowledge of network and the web application level security and a holder of CISSP. I'm here to learn from our panelists. Cybersecurity has become one of the most pressing issues in today's digital age. With the increasing reliance on technology in all aspects of our lives, we need for robust cybersecurity measures has never been greater. Hackers and cyber criminals are constantly finding new ways to exploit vulnerabilities in our systems, putting individuals, businesses, and governments at risk. However, cybersecurity is not just about protecting against threats, it's also about innovation and development. As technology continues to advance, so too do the ways in which we can protect ourselves and our data. This panel will explore the development in cybersecurity, including technologies and best practices for staying safe online. Our panelists come from a variety of backgrounds, including government, private industry, and academia. They bring a wealth of experience and knowledge to the table, and we are honored to have them here today with us. First, we have Vincent Stewart, who is the director of CyberEye. Vincent has extensive experience in nation-state level security, having worked for the US government, and will be providing insights from his unique perspective. Next, we have Ricardo Martinez, who is the chief revenue officer at Digital Era Group. Ricardo worked at McAfee for an extensive period, due to which he has background in malware attacks, probably the biggest single area of attack vectors. Panelist number 3 is Anthony Pearson, who is the president of the International Information Systems Security Certification Consortium's Caribbean chapter, aka ISC Squared Caribbean chapter. The awarders of CISSP, arguably considered the gold standard for cybersecurity governance certification. And then finally, we have Emmanuel Oscar from Fortinet, an international and widely known security solution provider. Emmanuel is the Caribbean Systems Engineer Manager, and we'd like to give a special thanks to Emmanuel because I know he was traveling and was up till I think about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when he sent his last email to me. So thank you for the panelists and welcome to this panel. We'll be starting the panel with a brief overview from each of our panelists, followed by a moderated discussion, and finally a Q&A session. So feel free to put your comments and questions into the chats. We want to make this interactive and answer questions that you have. We encourage everyone to participate and engage with our panelists, as this is a great opportunity to learn from some of the most experienced experts in the field. So with further ado, I'm going to start introducing the panelists, and I would like each panelist to give us a brief on their experience and answer the first question, just going to the first question, which is, as experts in the field of cybersecurity, can each of the panelists briefly introduce themselves and discuss their experience in addressing and mitigating cybersecurity risks in small, developing countries with limited infrastructure in place? And I would like to start with Vincent Stewart.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here. I discovered this morning as I tried to set my background that I may know about cybersecurity, but I don't know how the heck to do a background, but that's a whole nother story. So I am a 38-year intelligence officer for the United States Marine Corps. I retired about 4 years ago, but spent most of my career doing signals intelligence and the last 12 years or so in the cybersecurity space. When I retired, I was second in command at U.S. Cyber Command, the organization we built to defend and counter threats in cyberspace. Prior to that, I was the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, who provides analytic support to a wide array of customers, from the President of the United States all the way down to the men and women in combat formations. My experience with cybersecurity began around 2009, when a nation state penetrated one of our most sensitive networks, and we had to get inside the network, understand what the adversary was up to, mitigate the threat in the network, and get back up and running across the secure network. I then had an opportunity to help design the concept for how the United States would defend its most critical networks, and then had the opportunity to build the teams that would implement the concept. So the last 12 years, like I said, designing the concept, building the teams, implementing the concept, fighting those teams, actually using them in operations, and had the opportunity to learn how an adversary, and that adversary ranges from nation state to criminals to hacktivists to just people who want to make your life miserable. And so I spent, like I said, the last 12 years doing that. Since I retired, I do a number of consulting support. I sit on a number of boards to include CyberEye board there in Trinidad and Tobago. And I try to help folks in the C-suite understand their role in defending the networks. And I have a tendency to say a very simple phrase to our corporate civilian sectors: the cavalry is not coming. So it doesn't matter how big or small you are. The adversary is interested in your networks, and you have to think your way through how you're going to defend that networks against a determined adversary. And for a country, I hate to use the word small, but a small country like Trinidad and Tobago, it may be very easy to say that nation states or hacktivists or criminals are not interested, but they are interested. And so the things that you can do as a government at the corporate level to effectively defend, and we'll talk about some of this as we go along, is absolutely critical, because the government will not have enough capacity to come to your assistance. And I'll stop there, so I'll leave plenty of time for the discussion.
Thank you for that, Vincent. And I wonder if the FBI or the CIA are monitoring this this panel. Make sure you don't say anything classified.
No, I'm
Give
pretty
any
sure
trade secrets.
I'm pretty sure I won't say anything classified. Most of what we need to know and discuss is quite frankly open, publicly available, and easily shareable. So I think I'll be okay.
Right. Okay. Right. Ricardo, would you like to jump in next?
Absolutely. And good morning, everybody. And it's an honor to be here. A very interesting story on Vincent's side. A lot of experience there. So my introduction to cybersecurity, I had started my own independent ISP and back in the late 90s in Dominican Republic. And as an ISP, obviously the connectivity, and I had a group of really young hackers that were part of my tech team, and they were monitoring, seeing the traffic that was going on, and it was just eye-opening. The number of attacks back then, and we were using open source tools because there weren't really a lot of security tools back there to utilize. There was Nessus to scan for vulnerabilities. There was Snort to kind of understand the traffic and what was going on. And it was just eye-opening that back in those days when there was not a lot of people with internet, that we were getting inundated with attacks. And that's just propagated over the years. And now it's gotten more advanced. And originally the script kiddies or the just people that were interested in seeing what they could do. Now it's just organized crime really trying to affect organizations and try to get a benefit out of it. So they're actually getting monetary benefit from these cyber attacks, where before it was just kind of an honor to, or just their own ego was boosted when they said I hacked or I attacked some organization. Today, it's actually I got money in the bank and now I have my cryptocurrency and I can go buy a Ferrari with it. And so this is a very different kind of motivation that these adversaries have. So my experience, you mentioned, I worked at McAfee, so that transitioned me into can be very much interested in the cybersecurity world. And I joined McAfee in 2003, kind of building out the Caribbean for McAfee because there was a lot of need. There was things that were surging, a lot of organizations that were needing cybersecurity tools. In the early days, there was only around 3 or 4 companies that were focused on this area. So we were actually able to support and kind of mark our place in the market by providing technology that would help uncover. But we've seen over the past 20 years, really hasn't gotten much better. I mean, we have been mitigating events and attacks, the simple things, but adversaries have the motivation to continue to move on. They just have to be right once. We have to be right every single time. So that's my introduction. And I know there's a lot of other interesting things that we're going to be sharing today. So looking forward to this.
Thank you for that, Ricardo. And Emmanuel, are you awake?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Always. Whenever there's a good conversation about cybersecurity, I'm definitely going to be awake.
Excellent.
So
over to you.
Yeah, so great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here among the esteemed panelists and our guests. So like Vincent, I served in the United States Army, and I was a nuclear and biological warfare specialist. So this is where I got my start overall in security. And it took me some years later to eventually transition into cybersecurity. I have a need, to further extend my security experience. I think the key thing that I see that's happening is we transform and we move into different areas as we grow. We're always going to increase what we normally call the threat landscape. And that's always increasing. And as we increase and we innovate, it's going to introduce risk. And these risks are going to bring different opportunities for the threat actors to take advantage of the situation, condition, the environment, however it may be. So what I do, moving some years later, I joined Fortinet. I have 14 years with the company. Some of the things that we do, especially, and I do agree with Vincent, the fact that whether you're large or small does not matter, because the idea is you follow where the money is. Wherever you can get the money, that's where you go. And the easier, the better. And sometimes being smaller, you may say, well, I have less, but it does not matter. So what we do is in the Caribbean, having managed a cybersecurity team where I have 4 engineers in Trinidad, 5 engineers in Dominican Republic, 4 in Puerto Rico, and also supporting and 2 in Jamaica as well. And this is a collaborative effort, and we have to share. In doing cybersecurity in a silo is not the cybersecurity at all. So what we do, we partner with different governments in the Caribbean to help sharing of that information. We do heavy research on the dark web through our what we have is our 40 Guard labs. We help disseminate information to help them understand the threat that different governments, different countries in the Caribbean are facing. And we do this on a global nature, but since my area of expertise is the Caribbean, that's where I will focus. And also what we do is as we see the different types of ransomware attack, we understand state versus state, but also we understand the need for critical infrastructure protection. Lots of the time, many countries in the Caribbean, we don't do as much as we should to help protect our critical infrastructure. And at the end, we end up, we pay a significant price for that lack of control and visibility that they may not have. So really to help countries, foster a cybersecurity, a solid, resilient cybersecurity program. We help disseminate the information, help them protect. Also, we collaborate with different governments in the Caribbean, and also we offer. We partner in terms of when something does happen, because you don't want to wait when there's a disaster to find out, hey, where's Emmanuel's phone number to reach out to me to help out, especially when it comes to incident response and so on. So really, from a Fortinet perspective, where I represent, and that's how we help countries in the Caribbean help mitigate the risk that cybersecurity and threat actors expose different countries to.
Thank you very much for that. And finally, Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And I'd like to thank Ajmal and the rest of the TTIGF team for inviting me to this esteemed panel and discussion. So my name is Anthony Pearson. I have 25 years of experience in information technology. 15 of those years have been in cybersecurity. I worked for Petrotrin, TSTT. It was in TSTT that I branched off into cybersecurity, and that was a long time ago, probably in like around 2007, 2008, around that time. At that time, cybersecurity was a relatively new field, and we at TSTT, just like Ricardo, we understood what the threat looked like, because we were able as an ISP to see some of the dangerous traffic that was coming into Trinidad and Tobago. And at that time, there was very little control that we had over that information that was coming in terms of legislation and expertise within the country, within the local sphere, to actually treat with some of that dangerous bits of information that was coming through into the local environment. So we knew that we had to protect our customers. So, we developed certain controls that were put in place to try and protect some of our customers. But it was a learning experience, and it took a number of years, long hours in the boiler room, in the engine room, working and trying to perfect some of the techniques that we learned while we were being trained and while we were being outfitted to protect our customers. So with the experience that I gained, it was across the entire cybersecurity spectrum, from auditing, go straight across to security application development. So my perspective is a wide one. And at this point in time in my career, I am more of, my passion is in the line of mentoring those upcoming cybersecurity professionals. So hence the reason why I took upon a project, and this project was to start an ISC squared Caribbean chapter. And this Caribbean chapter is a chapter that will be a regional chapter that will cover the entire Caribbean, all the island states of the Caribbean, as well as some of the South American states that are part of, like CARICOM. So we are looking at Guyana, Suriname, even Venezuela, and then we have Cuba. So it's going to be, we expect it to be a huge organization, and we expect it to be very impactful. So what we want to do as one of our main goals within this organization is to develop the cybersecurity capacity within the region, so that we would not have to go very far in looking for resources to help us create and build and conceptualize and support business infrastructure, government infrastructure as our economies grow and diversify. Everything is going into the direction of information technology. Therefore, you need to have that layer of security to protect your information assets. So that is one of my passions, among others, and you'll be hearing a bit more about it during this session that we have here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. So now we know who everyone is, and we've got a brief introduction. That's the easy part done. So we're going to dive into some more tougher questions and start getting in deeper. My second question, I'm going to sort of align it with the questions that's been posted in the chat, which is that the UK Royal Mail suffered a ransomware attack a couple of weeks ago. There seems to be a trend that the delivery organizations have been targets in recent times, especially since COVID came and there's been an explosion of logistic companies. What do panelists recommend under resourced postal operators in the SIDS, the small island development states like Trinidad and Tobago, do better to prepare themselves? And along with that, to deal with the issue of the postal service, over the past couple of years, there's been a few high-profile security breaches in very large private companies and public institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. Do you think the incidents were handled correctly and have lessons been learned? What role does our government have beyond the enactment of the Data Privacy Act? And I'd like to open with Ricardo.
Sure, thank you. And yeah, so the question around, I guess, the parcels and I mean, the supply chain, which has been a big issue since COVID, obviously they are going to be targets, and every organization is not exempt from being targeted. I think one of the key aspects of having or being prepared for these types of events is obviously having contingencies. Everything has now been digitized. The idea is that we're transitioning to digitalization. So you have to have an incident response plan. There's kind of the basic hygiene things that have to be addressed. And I think that's probably where the deficiency is. A lot of organizations just think cybersecurity is putting a tool in, I'm putting a firewall, putting an antivirus, I should be good to go. And it's kind of just putting a Band-Aid on a very big, so you kind of have to address it from the core. And I think the processes and the policies have to be established. That's what happened in Costa Rica. They didn't have an incident response plan, and if they didn't have a very good one. So being able to react to the event quickly is crucial. And as you mentioned, in these recent attacks that we've seen from private institutions in Trinidad and in the region, obviously they weren't prepared to handle it. That's why it became such big news, because their operations actually they stopped operating. And obviously that gave a lot of visibility. Have you had contingencies, or you were prepared? Because a lot of times in the incident response, you even have public relations as part of that plan. Is how do I communicate to the public? What do I say? In the case of like Costa Rica, when they got breached, the president came out and said, "Oh, we are handling it. Everything's fine. Everything's under control." And 2 days later, he declared a state of emergency. So being able to respond accurately, concisely, and actually be able to have the contingencies in place to mitigate against threats is crucial. And I think in those times, and were they handled correctly, I think they handled it in the best way that they could have been. I don't think that necessarily there was any ill intent, but they weren't prepared. That's obvious by the size of the incident and the time that they were down. So I'll let the rest of the panelists to continue the conversation forward.
Right, thank you for that. And the same question out to Vincent.
So Ricardo hit probably I'll say this carefully, the back end. Do you have a plan in your organization to deal with when that event occurs? Do you know what you're going to do in the first 10 minutes? What are you going to do in the next hour? Who has authorities to act to defend your network? What tools are in place? What's your strategic communication plan? So that's on the one end when there is an incident. The issue I've seen in organizations, and the target range is wide. It's schools, it's hospitals, it's large corporations, it's everything in between. But there's some very basic things that organizations can do no matter how much resources they have. They've got to know what their network configuration looks like. They've got to have updated operating system. They've got to have an antivirus malware protection capability. They've got to educate their workforce. They've got to not be lazy about passwords. It is stunning to me, organizations that I go into, and the password is password. And some of them get really clever and they do uppercase P and they add 1, 2, 3, 4 on the back end, and they think that that's sufficient. But those are very basic things that we can all do in our private lives and in our corporations to at least give us a modicum of defense. If I'm an adversary, I'm going to get you. If I'm determined, I will get you. But if you're not doing passwords and operating system update and configuration controls and just some basic stuff, then you're just going, hit me. I would love to be a target. So on the one level, you can do some very basic best practice. And on the other end, when it happens, how will you deal with it? And unfortunately, a lot of corporations are not thinking about either end of that spectrum. And I'll stop there.
Right, thank you for that. Emmanuel, what's your perspective on it?
Yeah, no, thank you. So I'd like to continue where Vincent left off. So when we look at what corporations, and again, this is where I usually bring in my experience being within having kind of the military background, being able to respond and incident, respond, contain, and eradicate, right? So when you look at a private sector or even certain government, seems to be a lack in terms of how we continue with disaster recovery or business continuity planning. If we look at COVID, and COVID was an eye-opener, but many organizations started to do, I looked at the US, for example, back after 9/11, started looking at health preparedness and how to really prepare society when in case something does happen, and how do you respond. But you move over to the information security, IT side, organizations are definitely facing shortage of skill. limited knowledge in incident response, and most of all, many business continuity plans do not include incident response for different types. How do we respond to a pandemic? How do we respond to a virus? How do we respond to ransomware? And also, what's also missing besides knowledge individual is also an incident command structure. So when something does happen, we don't run around. We focus. And also what's happening, usually companies are most vulnerable when there's an incident and they have to look at secondary type of attack. This is where part of the plan should have been, or similar to, is when you're focusing on incident response, you're actually leaving your core business, your core functionality alone and actually exposed. And this is where sometimes partnership with experts or services that can help add value to your incident response. In the earlier session, we mentioned about governance and cooperation between different islands, different entities, and it makes sense because when an incident happened, for example, every June 1st starts hurricane season in the Caribbean. Although many of them do not hit Trinidad directly, but many of our sister islands happen. But how many of the countries that are in the path actually by January 1st of every year have tested their business continuity, have tested their incident response? So that way, by the time June comes in, you're not running around to figure out, wow, who I'm going to call, where I'm going to go, what I'm going to use, yes, we can use cloud, and that's another topic, but that also exposes organization as well. So really a lack of knowledge in incident response, a lack of incident command structure, I help contribute to many of the breaches that have gone beyond the normal time that they should have, from the time they are exposed to the time they are eradicated.
Right, thank you for that. It's a lot of information, and we'll come back to a couple of points that you raised. Anthony, what's your perspective on the recent attacks and how they were handled?
Okay, well, thank you very much. Well, the rest of the panel, they touched on the most important points. What I will say is every organization needs to have a business continuity plan. You need to understand what is most important to your organization in terms of what are the critical processes. You need to understand how do these processes relate to the goods and services that you offer your customers and your clients, right? So in understanding that, in understanding what those critical processes are, those critical, it could be people, you need to understand the dependencies that these particular services, critical services that you offer, what dependencies, what do these services depend on? It may be a person, it may be a process, it may be a system, it may be the internet. You need to understand that. And in doing so, you would do what we call a business impact assessment. So you need to understand how your business will be impacted by some event. Once you understand that, then you have to now put in place your incident response. Your incident response, as the other panelists explained, would determine how fast you respond, how quickly you recover. You need to understand these things. You need to understand also, this is a very critical issue, and it is psychological, right? In a way, you need to understand how long your organization can go without offering its services and products before it fails. that is a difficult thing to think about. I remember asking, a CEO that question. How long will it take for your business to fail if it gets hit by a cyber attack, and you can't offer your customers your products and services? How long? And that particular CEO had difficulty in answering that question, because every CEO or every business owner wouldn't want to think about something like that. But it is very important for you to think about something like that. How long would it take, so that you would know how much resources you will have to put towards protecting your business. So you would know that, okay, if my business cannot provide products and services for 3 weeks, then you know that an outage must never last longer than 3 weeks. You will have to now put enough resources in place to ensure that you never cross that 3-week period. So that is something that is psychological and very important for everyone to understand, everyone at the C-level to understand. For me, looking at an organization and trying to determine what needs to be done, you have to do a risk assessment to understand that. So risk first, and then everything else. And this entire panel spoke about techniques, and they spoke about how to do certain things. All that is wrapped up in a risk assessment. So you understand the risk that's out there, you understand your threat landscape, you understand your vulnerabilities, and then now you would understand what needs to be put in place, how much to spend, because one of the fundamental principles within cybersecurity is that security is proportional. What that means is you don't spend the same spend on something that is important on something that is not as important. So you spend more money on stuff that would be considered critical versus stuff that would be considered less critical or not critical. So you have to know, that is important, components and important information to know in order to deal with your cybersecurity exposure within your organization.
Thanks for that. Yes, Vincent?
Yeah, let me build on that, because there's some really important points that were hit there, and I want to make sure that the audience is capturing that. So let me put my attacker hat on. Let me put my persistent attacker on. I want to be inside your network and conducting reconnaissance to make sure I understand what your critical processes are. I want to know who your key decision makers are. I want to know what your crown jewels, your data, and the relevance of that data across your enterprise. I want to make sure that I'm going to do my attack in carnival time when people are off having a good time and the key decision makers are not there to react. I want to make sure I can take your network down for an extended period of time because I've gained access to credentials that allows me to control the network. So if you're not putting in place all the things that understand your critical processes, understand your critical crown jewel data, understand who decision makers are and accessibility of decision makers at key times, if you're not doing all of those in your incident response assessment and planning, you're again making yourself extremely rich target for someone who's determined to get after you. So I just wanted to foot stomp a couple of those things because those are critical components that as the C-suite, you ought to be thinking about and putting plans in place to defend.
Absolutely. And I think that opens up doors for many further questions that we can drill down. Before I go to that, I've got a question in the chat, and it's for Ricardo. Sorry, not Ricardo, for Emmanuel at Fortinet. And the question is from Rodney Taylor. He wants to know, from Fortinet's point of view, what are some of the countries in the Caribbean that have been making the most progress on this issue?
In terms of progress in cybersecurity, well,
correct.
Okay.
Security posture.
So in the Caribbean, if you look at it, let's look at it from the OAS report on the state of cybersecurity in Latin America and Caribbean. Definitely, we've seen the movement in some of our, let's say, we look at, so in my role, I oversee both Spanish and English Caribbean, Caribbean countries. And as you can see from that report, is that there are certain movements that are happening. And the fact that we're having this type of conversation in Trinidad shows that there's an awareness that's happening in Trinidad about cybersecurity. I cannot measure per se or who's on top. Others are further along in progress in their cybersecurity by having their incident response and are capable to respond. And there are those who have partnership, who have partnered with us through memorandum of agreements and so on. And there are those who are seeking partnership with us as well. But what we've seen in the Caribbean overall is a movement toward the awareness of cybersecurity, the need for cybersecurity. And one of the major drivers for that is critical infrastructure, right? Critical infrastructure. And it's a pet peeve of mine. And as we do go through this digital transformation, and we rely more on the technology, the more the threat landscape increases, the more and more we need to look at the risks that are involved and be able to address those risks. So I think some countries are making progress, but they're not there yet. Others are moving forward, but it's really to gauge it. But if anyone's interested to really find out where different countries state, I would recommend looking at the a report that the Organization of American States usually print every year or so.
Right, and for the audience, I believe Glenn McKnight has put that report in the chat. So if you got access to chat, you'll be able to see that report, or you can email us at TTMag and we'll send you the link. Thanks for that, Glenn. Now, going back to the earlier question, all of the panelists brought up incident and response, and then, Anthony came up with a more formal approach where he was talking about risk analysis. So I guess you need to do your asset evaluation, have a list of your assets, do your business impact analysis, risk analysis, and then form your incident response. Now, all of that requires experience and skill at a high level to ask the right questions to the right people. The fact that the CEO does not know what their maximum tolerable downtime is because he's probably not aware, so the people around him have not asked him that question or have not told him the answer. How do we deal with the lack of experience and the lack of knowledge, knowing that there is a global shortage which is increasingly getting worse, and there will be a brain drain that's going to happen? And I'll start with Anthony, as you're from the academia, from the ISC squared perspective.
Yes, thank you very much again. Yeah, so that is the current state of affairs. So the demand for cybersecurity resources keep increasing, and that's a natural increase because what is happening within the business world is that we are moving very quickly towards information-driven world. Everything has some information database, or we have IoTs within our environment. We have appliances that are smart. We have smart homes. We're moving towards smart cities. So all our vehicles are moving very quickly to having what we call CPUs or brains, and we have vehicles that can park themselves. So we are moving very, very quickly into a Jetson-like world, right? If I could say so. Everything that we do everything that we touch, especially our children, will have some computer component or some hardware or some software. And once that happens, or once we move into that direction, we would have a threat landscape that would evolve with the changing times. So because we have these threat actors that we call, so those are the cyber attackers, they will see opportunities in trying to gain access or to get information or to sell information, because these devices and these systems that we now have within our daily world, they all gather information on us. So if they want information on a particular population, they will know where to get that information from. If they want information on you or I, they would know where to get that information. And now that we have appliances and we have vehicles that are smart or smarter, those vehicles and appliances, they will also be gathering information on ourselves. We have smart health devices that there's a ring that you can put on your finger, and that ring will measure and record your state of health, right? So that is your information. And once you have systems like that, they will come with vulnerabilities. There's no perfect system on this planet right now. So they will come with weaknesses, and there are smart people out there who would know how to gain access, unauthorized access to these devices, and gain access to your information. One thing I want people to understand is that we don't value our information as much as we should. Your health information has a lot of value. Your financial information has a lot of value. And you need to understand that these things are valuable, and you need to protect it. So we now, as cybersecurity professionals, we understand what is going to happen with this evolution. We understand that the threat is there, and the threat is growing and evolving every day. So with that, we need to have a counter force. We need to have resources that will counter those threats. And at this current point in time, we don't have enough cybersecurity professionals or cybersecurity experts who can go out there and protect the population, protect governments, protect your information from these cyber threats. What we have to do is to find ways of increasing that resource that we need. So it's like we're training police officers, we're training army. So what we have to do, we have to now find the right resources and train them so that they will now be able to protect the society from these threat agents that are out there. So that is one of my passions, because as the rest of the experts will tell you, that because the resources are not there, then the threat agents will take advantage of that situation. So my passion is to try and help within the Caribbean region, just our small region here, to help build that capacity so that we would have, we may not have enough within the next 5 or 10 years, but to have, a force that is growing that could counter and protect the Caribbean nations and by extension the rest of the world from these cyber threats. And one of the major issues that we have right now is a flight of expertise. So we have our experts, our local experts, our regional experts, and they are moving to greener pastures in more developed economies because they are being courted, and we are, not in the position at this point in time to, to prevent that from happening. So they move and they go. But what we have to do is try and replace the ones that we have lost with new talents.
Right, thanks. And that's where your work with the ISC Squared Caribbean chapter will hopefully assist in filling some of that.
Help. Yeah.
Ricardo, I'd like to bring you in. How do we deal with the brain drain? I know we can't stop it. It's a global issue. Research shows it's going to continuously get worse for the next decade. What can we do in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, there's several things that come to mind. Obviously, partnerships, counting on organizations that can bring in that help and that knowledge. Consulting firms that understand cybersecurity can actually up level in a short period of time to really do assessment and see how your organization is set up for mitigating against cyber threats. I think obviously the development. I think in one of your questions, it's what can the government do? I think there's a lot of partnerships around education. Usually in the IT field, it's very sexy. Everybody's talking about AI now. Everybody wants to be a data scientist, or there's a lot of interest, and the young folks are going into their marketplace and they're saying, what should I be doing? And a lot of them have been told for years, do coding, because that's the future. And so they've put all their effort on things that are productive. Obviously, no one's kind of there to do prevention. They don't want to be like security guards, and I think that security is also an enabler. And I think that organizations have to see that differently. When even the security teams in organizations, they're seen as a kind of a necessity that they have to have them. But if you talk about IT spend, they can spend unlimited amounts of money to see how they can build business. But little they know that cybersecurity is actually the enabler, and it's what is going to give them competitive advantage if they have a robust cybersecurity program, and that can make them focus on their business, grow their business, because they can do all those efforts. They build all those systems, go to the cloud, do all these really nice and interesting things. But one cyber attack can bring that all down. And organizations that are built on technology, if they get cyber attacked, the confidence is gone. Like when you say, hey, I'm going to be a internet banking organization, and you get breached, no one's going to have confidence in that. So how do you mitigate that? Is by having a robust cybersecurity program. So on the lack of skills that, as you mentioned, it is a global problem in the US. We suffer it as well. I think Anthony touched on a point that even a minimum amount of skills in the cybersecurity, like if you have any basic level of understanding, you can actually move on to another organization, or you actually can promote yourself very quickly into other jobs. And then there's that maintaining that gap of cybersecurity professionals that are mitigating the threats and the events that are happening on a day-to-day basis. So they get a little bit of knowledge. Any analyst is already a manager. They get CISSP, now they get up leveled and they get double the salary. So we still need those baseline analysts that are doing and looking at the alerts, and obviously a lot of them grow out of that very quickly. So I think getting more young folks exposed to cybersecurity, and the interesting, I mean, there's over 4,000 security vendors. They're also pulling from those resources. I think having strong partnerships with organizations that understand that can give you the continuity, even while you build your own internal security team. But at least you're not held hostage if that security team leaves or that person leaves. You still have someone that's backing you and can provide you the service and establish you for your cybersecurity program.
Right. Thank you for that. And I'd like to now bring in Vincent. Maybe you can add in a flavor from a government or a nation state perspective as well. How do we deal with the skill shortage?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, reminder that we are all a part of the attack surface. And I think Anthony touched on this. Whether it's a smartphone, a smart watch, or some device that is good for you, we're all part of the attack surface. So as a nation state actor, I'm looking for vulnerabilities in any portion of that attack surface, whether that's your email or your watch or your phone. And just to touch on the broader question, we know that there's a global shortage. We know that the Amazons of the world and the Googles of the world are going to consume anybody who knows how to spell cyber. You know, I get lots of calls because they figured out that I know cyber starts with a C rather than an S. And so if you've got anything in your resume that says cyber, you're probably going to get a call at two different levels. One, we've done a very poor job of educating our people and our workforce about how they should conduct business in this domain. So the greatest threat is the insider threat, not because anybody is malicious, but because they just don't know how to best protect themselves in this space. The second failure is we've done a really terrible job of educating our C-suite. One of the reasons we do a terrible job of educating our C-suite is because we talk in technical terms. How do we make it very simple and understandable? And I don't mean this that the folks in the C-suite are not capable, but they generally, the eyes glass over because it's, oh, you guys are so technical and I just don't get it. So the C-suite doesn't know what to ask. They don't know what questions to ask their chief information security officer that gives them the emotional sense that they are protected across their networks, that they've invested the right resources, and they're maintaining a continuous posture. I want to make sure the organization is driven from a cybersecurity standpoint from the top down, investing in the right people, investing in the right resources, asking the right questions, understanding your environment and your vulnerability, mitigating those risks over time, and knowing that the fact that you spent X amount last year does not end the problem. You're probably going to have to continuously invest because as an attacker, I'm continuously coming after you. And I only have to be right once, whereas your defense has to be right all the time. So educating our workforce, building that workforce, cyber workforce capacity, educating our C-suite to ask the right questions, and continuously defending becomes critical going forward. I'll stop there and hopefully that answered the question.
Excellent, thank you. And Emmanuel, what's your perspective?
Hey, great, no, excellent points. Excellent points all over. So when, again, I guess educating the workforce. So we at Fortinet, just to give you an example, and we are a corporate, social responsible corporation, and we do look at the drain as well. And this is why I chose to hire directly inside Trinidad to make sure that that cybersecurity expertise stays in country, and also that their knowledge gets to be disseminated through government, private sector, through different activities that we do within. Actually, yesterday, I spent a week in Trinidad visiting different customers and educating them about cybersecurity, what we do, how can we help them manage the risk, and also what we do. And I know Anthony is the president chapter for IFC Square, and me having a CISSP as well, that we at Fortinet, we decided to our contribution to this dearth of skill set is to train over 1 million individuals in cybersecurity, right? That is our promise to the industry, to train over 1 million. And every year or so, we hold different activities throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. And also, just to give you an idea, we as part of this event, we do a challenge, what's called the Ultimate Fabric Challenge, which is a cybersecurity challenge. And someone from Trinidad did come in third place. So it shows you have the skill set, you have the know-how, you have the knowledge. It's just how to put it into the right mix of things. So as we continue, we're always going to face the challenge with the shortage, but we need everyone to be able to do their part to educate, or educate the workforce around cybersecurity, and also help avoid the brain drain. And also, I like to hit another point is that Vincent brought up is that if the CISO is not getting the correct information because he does not understand the techies down there. So imagine what information the CISO is telling the board, right? And it becomes where the board thinks everything is fine until there's an incident or there's an attack, and everybody says, hey, I thought we were protected. I thought we were secure. I thought we had a firewall, and it goes beyond a firewall. Cybersecurity, it's about defense in depth. It's about people, it's about the processes, and it's about technology. And we need to protect the entire domain of cybersecurity.
Absolutely. You don't know what you don't know. And too many people, too many times, people make the mistake thinking that they are secure without the correct knowledge at hand. Okay, we've got another question coming in from the chat, and it's by Dwayne. And he's saying, it appears that incidents of identity theft is low within the Caribbean. As a result, the typical customer is not particularly concerned about data breaches by the Caribbean companies. Could this be an influencing factor to show too slow adoption of cyber defense by Caribbean businesses? So in a nutshell, is it because the public are not punishing organizations like they would in, let's say, in the States or Europe for data breaches? Is that why there is no incentive for the organizations to take cybersecurity more seriously than they're currently doing? And I'll open with Anthony. Jump in.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, well, what I can say about this is this. Consumers in the Caribbean tend to be very loyal. Okay, so culturally, they tend to be loyal to suppliers, especially local suppliers of products and services, as well as so that's one issue. The second issue is that I don't think there's enough awareness on the value of their information. So they may say, oh, my government ID information was breached or was stolen by a particular cyber attacker due to a breach that occurred on a business that they they consume from. They would just say, okay, well, this happened everywhere, and little old me, nobody really I'm not really very significant, so it's discounted. But I don't think people understand how valuable their information is, right? So that is the second issue there. So the first issue is that we are very forgiving culturally when the businesses that we visit are hacked or something happens, and then two, we don't understand the exact value of our information. So,
right.
So that's why companies they escape. There's no major reputational impact when they get hacked, because we had a couple instances in Trinidad and Tobago, major instances, and based on what we have seen, there was no churn. Everything was business as usual when services got back on stream. In fact, when a particular organization got hit, they were out for at least 10 days, and most people were like, it was a major attack, and a lot of information was stolen. Over 200 gigs of information was stolen, and people were like, the general public, the people who visit this particular establishment were like, why are they taking so long? I want to go and shop. So they weren't, cognizant of the fact that their information would have probably been stolen and exposed. So, they were more concerned that, hey, we need to shop. So, open up your store so that we can come in and spend our money. So
I agree with you. I think that is a problem where too loyal, or I don't know if it's the switching costs are too high, but there is definitely a culture of where people will shout, complain, swear, but they will not transition. Ricardo, what's your perspective working in the region and in Trinidad?
Yeah, so from my perspective, I think obviously there's probably since smaller organizations, the lack of options as well, as you go to say, like, hey, I'm waiting for your store to open. Obviously, the market impact is probably felt less because there is probably a lack of competition. Obviously, if you're in a bigger market and you're a small shop, and probably the smaller organizations get impacted the most. I think not necessarily the lack of awareness on necessarily their own data. I don't think the impact. So in the US, when there's a cyber attack, there are laws that mandate organizations to have to disclose that they've been breached, what has been breached, all those statistics that you started the panel off with, all those are because they had to disclose it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known of those. And cyber attacks have been going on for years. It's not just, ransomware has shifted a little bit of the conversation because the adversaries know in order for them to get paid, they need to kind of put the threat out there. So they go to Twitter right away and say, I have your data. And they're letting the world know that they have your data. And that makes the press say, oh, let me get that information. That's why you know these incidents. Because if that adversary had not posted that, you probably would have known it. And maybe, they would have said, oh, we have a power outage or we have some sort of other incident. They would have kind of swept that under the carpet and not necessarily expose the information that we know of what happened, that they were actual cyber attacks and cyber threats and ransomware that affected their systems. So I think on that side, the awareness has to come from kind of the pressure and the penalties. The organizations kind of maybe not take the effort of really improving or dramatically improving their cybersecurity posture. I think the awareness from other organizations, though, have increased where it's more top of mind. So just having those several breaches come out to light has pressured other organizations in similar industries to say, hey, wait a minute, I don't want to be that next person on the news. More kind of an ego thing. And obviously they feel that could impact their business. So they're taking steps into really improving their cybersecurity posture. But I think there are some laws that would help kind of improve the awareness and also penalties. GDPR has impacted a lot of organizations on how they handle data. So I think that a lot of organizations didn't necessarily care or adopted ways of managing consumer data, but now because of GDPR and the penalties that come with it, they might kind of reconsider. So I think that's probably what has to happen in these smaller countries and organizations where they have to have kind of that extra push in order to really improve, or else it'll be status quo and they'll continue on as normal.
Right. Thanks for that. And you touched on a point of a question that I want to raise in a bit. So that'll be a good intro to it. Vincent, over to you.
A couple of things touched on already by the panel members, but I'll offer this. Your best firewall is an educated workforce. So while you may not think your identity is important, I want your identity, because from your identity, then I can move laterally inside your organization, inside your network. So how do we protect our identity? And how, oh, by the way, and I see there's a question in the chat about an equivalent to a social security number. Our phone numbers, we don't change our phone numbers very often. And quite frankly, in many cases, if I've got your phone number, that's a pretty good start to understanding your identity and building from there, from your phone number to your email address to to your organization, et cetera, et cetera. So protecting our identity, again, it goes back to some of those basic stuff we talked about up front. Good, don't be lazy with your password. And then the next challenge is, how do we tell the story effectively to make people aware without scaring them so much that they think they can just, we'll get off the net. We're not getting off the net. We're all part of the attack surface. But we've got to tell a better, more compelling story about the risk first, and then the simple, I touched on this again before, best practices that we can all do to protect ourselves and protect our organization. So, you know, the Securities and Exchange Commission is coming out with some language that talks about what publicly traded companies must reveal, when they must reveal it, what they're required to have on their the corporate boards, what kind of plans. Those are all really good stuff at the corporate level. And we've got to think our way through, even a small business, small countries. How do you implement those things without scaring the heck out of everybody? We don't want to be the ones crying wolf, but the threat is real. We are in fact vulnerable, and we've got to take appropriate measures to protect ourselves and our organizations.
Thank you for that. Emmanuel, I'd like to bring you in. What's your experience when you're talking with the corporates and governments in the region? You feel that they feel that the consumer is not holding them responsible?
Yeah, to some degree, yes. And again, it goes back to educating and how we educate our citizens. And for me, I think looking at the message should be, imagine one day you turn on the lights and the lights don't come on. You turn your water faucet to make that cup of coffee and there's no water. And you're thinking, the night before I turned off the light, it was on, or I had a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. And this morning it's not. Maybe I did not pay my bills. Great. So check to see, okay, yeah, I did pay, I did pay my bill. I have a receipt that said I paid. Well, hold and behold, there was a cyber attack that took out your electrical grid and your water generating plants. And this is when it becomes a factor. And sometimes until it happens, people do not take it seriously, right? And sometimes even when it does happen, folks still are lax about the preparation. So I think the training and the urgency needs to be, the message needs to change a bit, because again, as Vincent mentioned, we are all part of that digital threat landscape, and we need to understand that. And it impacts not just corporations or servers in the cloud, servers in the data center. It impacts the way we work, we live, we go to school. It impacts our entire lives, and government needs to step up to help ensure that citizens are protected in this environment.
Right, absolutely. And I think apart from the consumers not holding, let's say, the corporations or the entities responsible, and based on the previous discussion that the incident response is not in place, I think it leaves us vulnerable when a breach takes place, that the company is sort of forced in a position that they don't have alternatives because they don't have backups, that they may need to pay to get that data back and recover. And then that gives an incentive to attackers to say, okay, look, we know that this region is not prepared, and they'll have no option, and they'll have to pay. And even in the US, we saw the pipeline situation where they had to pay. And the lack of preparation just basically compounds issues, not only for yourself, but everybody else that is in your territory operating. Now, on my next question, I'm going to join it in with a question that has been put in the chat by Anton Constantine. And also based on what Vincent touched on, is that GDPR, data privacy, the European, or known as the Global Privacy Act in some discussions, puts a 10% of your global revenue as a penalty on a company, up to 10%, should they fail to protect your data. And Vincent suggested, or talked about, maybe we need to go down those lines. SEC is possibly looking at putting some more things in place for corporate bodies. Ofcom in the UK, let me read Anton's question. Anton's question is, what is the role of the service provider in an organization's individual cybersecurity? Are we vulnerable when the service provider has a shutdown? Can we be attacked via loopholes in service provider security? This links in with resiliency panel that took place yesterday when we were talking about the internet service providers, internet exchange, resiliency, and they were talking about threats from natural disasters, but cybersecurity is a major threat for causing downtime. Ofcom recently released the STA, the telecommunication, the TSA, the Telecommunication Security Act, which basically does similar to what GDPR does and places 10% of your global revenue as a possible penalty if a service provider goes down due to a cyber attack, and it's shown that they did not take the necessary precautions. Should we be looking at a similar thing? Now, in Trinidad, I don't know if it's in play or not, but the amendment to the Data Privacy Act does talk about 10% as penalty for companies for data privacy. Should it be expanded to not just data privacy, but downtime, critical infrastructure, electricity, water, banks? And I'll start off with yourself, Emmanuel.
Especially for critical infrastructure. I think that's a key, and I think this is where the message needs to change, and we need to put a bite into it, because at the end of the days, when you look at critical infrastructure and the entire 17 type of industries that fall under the umbrella, and they're a key to a nation's survival in whatever means it is. And we have countries in the Caribbean that are suffering where the entire electrical grid has been out due to ransomware. And when you find out and you go and now you reassess this situation, there were missing controls, and lots of missing controls that were compounded, that helped compounded the attack as well. So we need to be vigilant. We need to add a bite to some of these regulations. And this is a belief of mine that definitely the message needs to be changed, and we need to be able to send a strong message to these corporations who will be in charge with certain services that they are providing us. The fact that we are relying more and more on technology. And also imagine, for example, maybe it's not there yet, because eventually we're going to go there, driverless cars and so on. If I'm a service provider and I go down and the car is no longer able to read the telemetry, what happens? Who's responsible? And at somewhere down the road, we got to have accountability. And again, we have to have a bite with the standards and regulations that governments are putting forward.
Right. Thank you for that. Vincent?
I'll just echo, without consequences and without accountability, corporations will probably, and maybe this is too stark, will probably do the minimum. In at least 2 organizations that I had the opportunity to look at in retrospect, they had assessments that identified their vulnerabilities. They knew what the risks were, and they decided not to invest in mitigating that risk. And so unless governments and institutions apply consequences for failure to act and hold these organizations accountable, they will continue to do only that which is minimal and only that which will generate the revenue margins to keep their business in place. So I'm a strong proponent of holding organizations, corporations accountable with a significant consequence, because they understand loss of revenue when they are compromised. It is more than just a reputational risk. It's an operational and a financial risk, and we ought to hold them accountable.
Right. I mean, we're talking about corporate governance, and that's due care and due diligence, and that's what the board is supposed to be there for. So I guess, whether we need separate legislation or it's already covered by the current board's responsibility is a discussion. Ricardo, over to you. Do you think we need specific legislation to protect against certain attacks?
I do, and I think, and as I mentioned earlier, having kind of the onus on organizations to expose and to really communicate the incidents, as Vincent mentioned, yeah, they will do the minimum if they're not pressured to. So I think that is a contributor that's helped. I think organizations in the U.S. also be more aware of what their cyber position is. The other thing is, like, for example, cyber insurance. Cyber insurance was very prevalent in the U.S. I think it's now been expanding, and there's a lot of organizations also in the region that are tapping into cyber insurance and insurance for all business, like business continuity. There's insurance for everything. So if there's a hurricane, you buy the hurricane insurance, flood insurance. So you're mitigating that with, okay, well, even if something happens, I'll be compensated for it. I'll recover any loss that arises from that. And that's similar with cyber insurance. So they buy it as a way of, I don't have to necessarily do anything to protect myself. And if the consequence or something happens, I'll just tap into that. Now, what we've seen from cyber insurance providers is that they are making it much more difficult to tap into those resources. So they're not going to just give you cyber insurance a blank check. Now they're actually, show me your security program. Show me that you have all these mitigating tools in place. So kind of you have to have a baseline of cybersecurity awareness and program established before you even get access to it. So I think that is also impacting and helping kind of level or up level the security posture and awareness of organizations. But I think having the penalties is also key in order to make sure that they actually take the right steps and not just do the minimal viable so they can continue on without really investing in cybersecurity.
Right. Okay. And Anthony, what do you think? You think using the legislative tool set would be the right way for us to go in Trinidad, bearing in mind that some of our critical infrastructure are state companies?
Yes. Ricardo, Vincent, and Emmanuel, they are 100% correct. If organizations are not provided with, something that outlines how they should behave, like a policy, like an A.R.T, then they will do the bare minimum. They will, because in order for you to protect what needs to be protected, you have to spend, right? So that means you'll have to, you'll have to reduce bonuses, you'll have to reduce dividends to shareholders and those individuals. So it's very easy to cut security. So I'll just say I'll just make one statement, and the statement is this: compliance drives proper governance. If there isn't any compliance or regulatory requirements, then you will most likely not get proper governance. You would find that organizations will just continue with how things are, normally run by just doing the bare minimum. So we need to have a legislative framework that will provide those legal policies that organizations must follow. And in those policies and those acts, there must be consequences. If there are no consequences and no enforcement, then companies will take the risk and they will do the bare minimum. So everyone on the panel is 100% correct. Consequences are the key to getting organizations to do their due diligence.
Right. Thanks for that. So we've got about 5 or 6 minutes left before we finish this panel. I had a bunch of questions, but I've been taking in the feeds and the interest from the chats. So I want to just go back to my own list of questions, or the closing question. I'd like to give everyone just like 60 minutes to give us, their perspective on what they think is one strategy that would push Trinidad or the Caribbean region forward. What is one thing you think we should focus on in 2023 in terms of cybersecurity? And I'll start with Emmanuel.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you. For me, I think cybersecurity resilience is one thing I think needs to be pushed down. And I'm not just looking at it from Trinidad and Tobago perspective, but the entire Caribbean and probably globally as well. It's about the ability to continuously deliver the intended outcome services despite an adverse cyber attack. The key thing, the board needs to, part of that cybersecurity resilience is the communication. The board needs to understand its role, security managers, CISOs, CIOs, and all that, also their roles, their function, have the capability to be able to take the strategic security objectives and translate that both up and down to the proper individuals. For example, controls, whether we're protecting from a defense in debt, where it involves people, administrative, technical, and so on. We have to look at some of these controls, bring in the baseline, and then work from the baseline and help increase the cybersecurity maturity level of any organization or a government to make sure that we all which are part of this threat landscape to be able to function and in the world that we live in today and the world that we live in tomorrow. Many of the times that there is a disconnect between what the technical folks are doing, because we separate them, even in our terminology. We separate the technical, or I have to have a different language from for the CISO, the technical guy, but there's some point the CISO has an onus as well. It needs to understand what the bottom is trying to say, be able to translate it to the board. And at the end of the day, having a cyber security resilient program that's capable of defending the domain, as Vincent would put it, and ensure that our citizens are not adversely impacted. And if they are, for some reason, it's not a matter of if, but when we do get hit by a cyber attack, but we're able to continue to function despite the hit. So this is the capability to take a hit and survive it and continue to operate. And that's what we're looking for. It's not that it's not a perfect world. As long as we understand the risk, then we know how to go about navigating through the cyber security web.
Thank you. Ricardo, 60 seconds. One thing for 2023.
So 2023, I think the most difficult question to answer for the board or for any organizations, am I secure? And I think having a baseline understanding of what your current status is crucial. So what I would recommend is do a security assessment, get a baseline understanding of what tools and mitigating tools you have in place, how you're going to be able to address any cyber threats. Do we have cyber insurance? So look at the basics of your overall security program and establish your baseline and then work on improving that. And also, you're not at this alone. So most organizations feel, hey, I'm overwhelmed. I don't have tap into the resources that are available to you. So we have Bordinet here on the call. You have Anthony, who's the ISC, so get more resources or recommendations on cybersecurity experts. You have us that provide also consulting services. So leverage the resources that are available, conferences like this that give you exposure and understanding and get up level of information. I think you definitely have to leverage that in 2023. But get your baseline understanding of where you sit today and how you can make improvements to continue your battle forward. So thank you also for everybody for today.
Thank you for that, Ricardo. Vincent?
I can't do it in one, but I'll do it in 60 seconds. Number one, your best firewall is an educated workforce. They are the attack vector that I'm going to come after because I'm going to look at bad behavior from your workforce, not malicious, but just bad techniques. So educated workforce is number one. Number two, we talked about this, have a plan, but it's more than having a plan, it's exercising that plan. And so a lot of organizations have a plan that's sitting on their shelf, but they've never exercised it. So they really still don't know what they're going to do at the time of the event. Number three, share and collaborate. Don't make this point defense, make this cooperative defense. The more that we can share and work together to solve these challenges, the better our chances as opposed to one entity. The reason I joined CyberEye as the director in Trinidad is to do all three of those. Make sure we understand our vulnerabilities and mitigate those risks, train and educate the workforce and the corporate bodies, and be able to collaborate across the enterprise. So I think I got that close to 60 seconds, even though, as you did say 60 minutes, which I got really excited earlier, but okay, I'll stop.
I wish. I think we have material to keep going for 60 minutes, but unfortunately, I'm on the clock. So Anthony, 60 seconds, please.
60 seconds, yes, I can do that, right? So from a national level, I think we need to focus on accountability. So I'm talking about accountability from the both public and private sectors. So in order to do that, you need compliance. So we need to have a legislative framework that drives that new behavior of accountability within both the public and private sectors. Once we do that, we would find that there would be a change in culture, and it will help with the awareness within the general public. People will start to become a lot more aware because organizations' behaviors will start to change from the top. So yeah, so that's it from me. Legislation, a framework that helps with improving accountability across the board.
Right, thank you for that. And I'd like to thank all the members of the panel for giving us a fantastic session. And with that, so in conclusion, we've heard from our panel of experts on the various challenges and trends that are facing Trinidad and Tobago in terms of cybersecurity. It's clear that we're just getting started, that the field is constantly evolving, and it's vital for us as a nation to stay informed and proactive in addressing the risks and threats to our cybersecurity infrastructure. We need to prioritize investing in education and training of our workforce, retaining the top talent, and implementing best practices to mitigate against the risks. I'd like to thank our panelists for their valuable insights and contributions to this important conversation. It's clear that the greatest cybersecurity challenges lie ahead of us, and the past is just a gentle wake-up call. For those who may be interested in a follow-up webinar conference dedicated to cybersecurity, please reach out to us at TTIGF, and if there is sufficient interest, we will consider organizing one. And with that, I'm going to just give a brief introduction to our next speaker. We're going to continue down the path of the nation's cybersecurity. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Kevin Swift. Kevin is our representative of LACNIC, a partner to this event. And for those who may not know, LACNIC is the body responsible for the allocation of IP addresses and ASN numbers to our local and regional ISPs. They look after the whole South America, Central America. In addition to giving the IPs and ASNs to our ISPs, they do a lot of work in education, capacity building, and supporting development initiatives. Kevin's going to share 10 minutes of his thoughts through a LACNIC lens on what was discussed in the panel, blended with the initiatives and work being carried out by LACNIC in cybersecurity. Mr. Swift, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ajmal. I'm just waiting for someone technical to allow me to share a short presentation I just have a few slides. But in the meantime, I would like to thank the previous speakers for really hitting hard on some of the major concerns when we talk about cybersecurity. a bit about LACNIC and why we are talking about this. So we, as Ashmal had introduced us, we are one of the 5 regional internet registries. We distribute IP numbers, ASNs. But in addition to which, we participate in a lot of spaces that treat with ongoing concerns, and in particular now, the hot topic item of cybersecurity. So at LACNIC, we have a CSIRT, which has been operational since 2015, and that's a free service for all ISPs that belong to the LACNIC region, including the ISPs in Trinidad and Tobago. And from about 2016, we began informally participating in these sort of outreach instances, talking about public safety. Firstly, it was because of requests from the Government Advisory Committee at ICANN, and then we started meeting with global law enforcement in the wings of ICANN, and then we formalized this arrangement in 2019 onwards, to the extent that we have something called a public safety coordination group across the 5 regional internet registries in the world. So I would just like to share a couple of slides that will really summarize what we had seen just now by the presenters, and add a couple other tidbits from my end. And it's about developing a culture of cybersecurity. When we talk about culture of cybersecurity, what we're really talking about is having that right set of tools, protocols, and measures to protect against cyber crimes and mitigate against cyber attacks. And I found it very useful throughout the talk today. It's not a question about if you're attacked, but it's really a question about when. Another useful point here is that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. And I think Vincent touched well on the issue of making sure that an educated workforce is one of your strongest defense. We also talk about building human firewalls, which is a dedicated team of professionals that are equipped to treat with the implementation of security standards, and also have vigilant the protocols in place if something were to happen. So with this human firewall, that's one of your best defense. And of course, I think a recurrent motif during the last presentation was about collaborative security. It is not a one-man shop. It is not just a language for the IT security professionals within an organization. They have to be able to translate and interpret their information to the business heads and the other decision makers. And even within a private sector, you have to be able to cooperate and collaborate with other sectors if we're really talking about not just cyber defense, but also resilience, and ultimately from a user or consumer perspective, trust and confidence in our digital systems. So there are 2 focus areas that we touch upon when we talk about a culture of cybersecurity from LACNIC. I think a lot of it had been touched upon when we look at an organizational level, the technical knowledge among professionals, and then what these professionals need to do within organizations. But then there's also a general awareness, and that leads on to public policy concerns. And I will touch on that very briefly. These are some of the trends that we have to be aware of. There is a maturing or an industrialization of the cyber criminal environment. So whereas you would have thought that a threat actor would have been responsible from start to finish of a cyber attack, what you're seeing right now, in particular over the last year or so, since the arrest and disruption of cyber criminal gangs such as Reveal and DarkSide, you're seeing that the cyber criminals, the seasoned ones, are starting to commoditize their tools and capabilities and make these available for people who are no way at all technical or qualified to undertake cyber attacks. So they've shifted a bit what they do within the industry, and that's because of the disruption of some of the major global networks. But as a result, you're seeing more cyber crimes taking place by even less qualified people. It's this idea of everything as a service. So you have ransomware as a service, malware as a service, phishing, spamming, scanning, phishing as a service, and it is intended for lesser skilled people to take up these things and create havoc. It's also important to note that these cyber criminal environments are highly organized, and I'll speak on that in a minute. This second topic is a reminder of one of the vulnerable groups. Earlier on, I think Ravi had mentioned the elderly as a vulnerable group in digital transformation.
and that's in terms of using digital tools. I'd like to remind us that we also have children that are a vulnerable group when it comes to becoming victims of cyber-enabled or cyber-dependent, well, more so cyber-enabled attacks. And this term here, online child sexual exploitation and abuse, older narratives would have spoken about child pornography. What you will see from a legal lens is that more advocates push for this the use of this terminology, which is a better representation as to the maliciousness of the act and activities that are happening through cyber tools, not because of, but through cyber tools, and therefore the sort of attendant consequences you like to see from that. And within the region, this comes from the Interpol Global Crime Report. Within the Americas, this is one of the top 3 concerns that we have, the increase of these materials being developed. Third point here is that according to the World Economic Forum, cybercrime and cyber insecurity remain both short-term, i.e. within the next 2 years, and long-term within the next 10 years, risks to our development. And I mentioned ransomware as a service as one. We also have the uptake of AI-generated cyber attacks. I recently came across an article where they show that ChatGPT, there was malicious code being shared along that, which really takes another spin on how people get access to malicious tools. So the challenges are multifold, and there are different types of challenges. This is really a summary of everything. So we spoke about the gap in the workforce. Just to put a figure to that, it's now estimated at about 4.7 million professionals needed globally. Within Latin America and the Caribbean in particular, it's about a 17% shortage in this sector. And of course, this is a global problem. The IT security field is one with the most attrition, and it's something that we have to look at different ways of approaching it. Fortinet spoke about training people and making sure that expertise remain in-house. We have to look at remote work possibilities. We have to change the entire mindset about HR and how we actually contract security professionals in order for us to really come up with the right framework, whether it's consultancies, whether it's short-term consultants or retainers. We need to be able to act quickly to address this problem. Human error, unfortunately, still is responsible for the largest amount of data breaches. Approximately 95% of data breaches are attributed to human error. So that's where the awareness factor really comes into play, the changing of the passwords, the understanding as to why my data is important and valuable. And I think Vincent and another speaker, Anthony, had spoken to those specific points. The human error element is something that is significant. Cyber criminal groups are highly organized. If you had the social science fiction perspective of a cyber criminal being a aloof teenage hacker in a basement, that is no longer the case. They have PhDs. Recent reports on leaks actually that came from the Conti group show that the Conti has HR departments, they have employee of the month, bonuses, job appraisals. You had a lot of people who were not even aware that they were working for a cyber criminal group, and they are well remunerated and they work remotely. They have all of the advantages that an employee would want to have. So they are a lot more organized than the people who are there to address cyber threats and cyber attacks. And of course, the lack of preparedness. Ricardo had spoken about the Conti attack on Costa Rica. This disrupted over 27 government agencies, well, at least more than that. It, for instance, canceled over 30,000 medical appointments in the country, and it created a cause for a state of emergency, the first ever in the world to happen because of a cyber attack. But there are some opportunities that I like to focus on because they're always positives. One of which would be the US-led initiative on international countering of ransomware. And that is really where the US shows its leadership and gets together like-minded countries to take real steps, real directives towards mitigating ransomware, which is one of the biggest cyber threats that we have to date. we are seeing among non-state actors a lot of collaborations. So collaborative security, again, is an important thing for us to look at. Collaborations among non-state actors. So for instance, there's now a cybercrime atlas that is appearing, supported by the World Economic Forum and organizations such as Microsoft and Fortinet. Secretariat will be backed by PayPal and other organizations to help law enforcement, private sector, everyone understand the dimensions of the threats that happen and the possible implications. The idea here is that information needs to be shared. And I think that had been mentioned by many of the speakers. Information needs to be shared in order to formulate the right responses to attacks, to threats when they happen. There's also, for instance, the example of the Cyber Helpline and Cybera. Cybera is a global cybersecurity firm. Cyber Helpline helps the victims of financial cyber crimes in the UK. And you're seeing that there are more and more collaborations and partnerships coming together to bring efficiencies and optimizations to what would have been the usual treatment of cyber attacks. I'm going to be just 1 minute again. Glenn McKnight posted in the chat the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise. I have the privilege of being on the advisory board of this global forum. It is a platform whereby all cybersecurity, public sector, government, civil society organizations come together and they try to optimize what they do in terms of awareness building and capacity building across the globe. So this is largely based, or was, I should say, largely based in Europe, started since 2016. And now with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, we are seeing more hubs and regional approaches, particularly in the Americas, Africa, and the Asia Pacific. And in the Americas example, there's a new kid on the block in terms of LAC4, which is an example of European Union with Latin American and Caribbean Cooperation. LAC4 is a cyber expertise capacity building hub based in the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic in the region has really shown a lot of leadership in what would be our capabilities to mitigate and to fight against cyber crimes. And that's even in terms of them having up-to-date national cybersecurity strategy, up-to-date cybercrime laws. And that's a sore point for me, but I'll get back to that. And also now the cyber capacity building activities. And then two other global trends I want to point you towards. That's the second additional protocol on the Budapest Convention to look at cooperation for electronic evidence. So imagine that at the time of the original Budapest Convention, even at the time of old cybercrime laws, we didn't have the dispensation of cloud services. So your email is based on a cloud service, your storage is based on a cloud service. You didn't have that set up. And therefore, one of the biggest challenges to modern cybercrimes is that over 90% of them have a transnational element, but our law enforcement and our judicial authorities do not have the right tools to be able to investigate and to be able to collect something as fragile and volatile as digital evidence. So the Budapest Convention already has 33 signatures to this additional protocol. The Budapest Convention in itself spans about 67 countries. But on top of that, more recently, we have within the UN system something called the Ad Hoc Committee to elaborate a comprehensive and international convention on countering the use of ICTs for criminal purposes. Informally, we call it the new UN Convention on Cybercrime. And this is where countries that are not part of the Budapest Convention, the likelihood of them implementing a UN convention will be a lot greater. And therefore, there is some sort of basic capacity to be able to do these things. And on the issue of crimes, whereas we spoke about data privacy, cybercrime law, modern cybercrime law is key. Reason being, if it is not a crime in my country, I can do nothing about it realistically from a legal standpoint. And that's part of the reason why we have this sort of impunity, this sort of lackluster approach, because there are no modern definitions to what occur here. And then the other point I mentioned, seeing that over 90% of these attacks are transnational, you need to have these modern definitions be harmonized or resemble definitions in other countries. If not, if it's not a crime in my country, I cannot help your country. So the importance of having modern cybercrime legislation and harmonized modern cybercrime legislation, which could be facilitated by either acceding to the Budapest Convention and or the UN Convention. These are some of the tools that we need to place to really make a dent to what happens on a cybercrime front. And of course, law enforcement has a lot of other challenges. A lot of the procedures of cybercrime are now filtered through cryptocurrencies, and that's in itself, and the unregulation of cryptocurrencies present other challenges. So I would just like to wrap up there, because I know that we can go on and on and on about this topic. And again, thanking the previous panelists for really showing us the entire landscape from a practitioner's perspective. My intention here was to just give a bit more of some strategic highlights that we do as LACNIC. And of course, be more than happy to continue having this discussion when it comes to what we want to see in Trinidad and Tobago, a resilient, cyber-resilient Trinidad and Tobago with trust and confidence in our systems. So I will stop right there. I see Dev is on.
Yes, Kevin, I don't know I mean, what you said there was wow. It was very, very useful, and at least directed us to some of the international and regional legislation and acts and so on that can be enforced. All right, so thanks again, Kevin, for your usual very informative presentation. And of course, I'd like to thank the previous panel on cybersecurity. Really well-informed panel, I must say. And I'll have to give a brief shout out to one of the students there, Anthony Payson. Nice to see you there, Anthony. All right, moving on, we would like to get on to the open forum now. And I would like to invite the moderator for the open forum. Now you'll hear they refer to me as Dev G. And there's another Dev who we refer to as Dev T. So this is one time where T actually is higher up in the pecking order than G. So Dev Anand Tilak Singh, he is also a director on TTIGF, and he and Tracy, our chair, well, actually Dev will be assisted by Tracy during this open forum. So I think I'll toss it to him, because I think there were some directives that he had in mind and he had circulated. And take it away, Dev. The floor is yours.
Dev, you're muted. Still muted. Unmuted now. Can we hear you? No, we can't hear you.
All right, I saw Dev speaking there. I went and checked on your settings to see if I had the wrong device. Okay, Dev, is you muted still, Dev?
Yeah, I think when you're using those headsets, you might have a little challenge with the
Well, that's unfortunate.
Right, we're hearing you.
Right.
Okay.
You're good now.
All right. Well, good. All right. Thanks for that, Dev G. Afternoon, well, morning, afternoon, and evening for those persons attending overseas. My name is David Tilak Singh. I'm a board member of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. And myself, along with the chair of the TTIGF, will be hosting this session, which is the open forum. The open forum is an open discussion, and what we want to do is have this consultation with our attendees on some of the issues that are facing Trinidad and Tobago directly. So, and what I will invite you to do is to go to igf.tt, because what we have done, we have set up forms for the attendees to complete. And the idea being, we will then take this feedback from the forms and perhaps use it to synthesize our comments to these issues. So if you go to igf.gt, you'll go to the open forum link, and there are 3 forums there. And the three policies that we want to discuss is the 2 from the Telecoms Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, which talked about a policy paper on net neutrality and over-the-top services in Trinidad and Tobago. And another issue that is of importance to persons in Trinidad and Tobago is the United Nations Global Digital Compact. So the forms, and probably what I will do is post the forms in the chat. So let's start with net neutrality. Right, that's the first form. So, well, I guess I'll ask the chair, do you want me to like share my screen or something and then go through the form? And
Yeah, I think that'll be best if you share the you'll be sharing.
Right.
I think the first Google form, because you have we took the information you provide to us and put that on the form directly. So even the preamble and the stuff is there already.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
Session 1.
so hopefully everybody's seeing my screen now. Right.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I'm just to show you where it is on the website. This is the igf.tt. Just go to TTIGF 2023 open forum and scroll down to the forms, which talks about which are the 3 issues that we've mentioned. So, net neutrality in Trinidad and Tobago. So, net neutrality, for those who may not be aware, is the principle that the ISP has to provide access to all sites, applications, and content at the same speed, under the same conditions, without blocking or giving preference to any content. So the Telecom Authority of Trinidad and Tobago has posted a document for mid last year for comment, and it specifies several things. I'll make this a little bigger. It makes several statements, and perhaps what we would like to do is get some feedback as to what do you think about what is being recommended by the Telecoms Authority, whether you agree with it, something should be changed. So with that in mind, let me just walk you through some of the poll questions. So, the authority talked about, says that net neutrality rules shall include exemptions for reasonable traffic management practices and measures. And it defines that as measures implemented to reduce traffic on the network, primarily for technical management services. And these practices and measures, things on network security, mitigating the effects of congestion, meeting quality of service standards, enforce court-ordered requirements or legal provisions or requirements, and maybe even prioritize emergency services. And they're legitimate when they're implemented in adherence to principles of transparency, transiency, non-discrimination, proportionality, and fair competition. So what are the recommendations from that is that the ISP will notify the authority 30 days prior to its implementation or as required by the authority. And in the event of an emergency, the ISP will notify the authority within 7 days after the measure has been implemented. And the ISP will then notify its customers at least 7 days in advance of changes to its traffic management policies. So the questions that we want to find out is 30 days sufficient notice for ISPs to notify the authority? Is that enough? Should it be less than 30 days or should it be greater than 30 days? And in the event of an emergency, when the put my email address so I can progress. And in the event of an emergency, is to notice the authority within 7 days after the change sufficient? And is 7 days sufficient notice to customers of changes to its traffic management policies. Let me just see if there's anybody in the chat or.
Yep, so I think what we want to do here, so while you can fill out the form as well, we want to get your feedback here on the open forum. Please feel free to raise your hand, type in the chat what you're feeling. If you want to ask any questions, actually, because this is also the time to ask questions. But what exactly is all this net neutrality about? Feel free to do so. As I said, filling out of the form is not mandatory during this session. We'll have it open thereafter. So we are trying to collate your feedback, your comments, your inputs, and of course your questions. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, and we'll do our best to answer them. Dev T will be the expert on this particular aspect, so I will I will definitely have to defer to Dev T. I will add my 2 cents if I need to, or anybody else on the TT Mark directorship if they wish to. So floor is open for any questions. For example, I will start it. Dev, what example? There's a question in chat already, so I don't need to start. All right, let's go.
Well, all right. So my thoughts on this is that, or the chat has something.
Yep.
Okay, considering our water provided by state.
Yes, considering that our water, electricity, energy, and communication are provided by state enterprises, maybe time. Or is this something?
It's more for a comment on the previous sessions.
Okay, sorry.
What Kevin was also saying. Noted. Thanks for that comment. But okay, so my thinking was that, I'm part of the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, so we had this discussion within our organization, and for that matter, what our feelings were was that it shouldn't be very passive. What should happen is that if there's a change of the traffic management policies, the ISP needs to inform the Telecoms Authority well in advance. So it should be greater than 30 days. And the reason for that being is that customers need to be informed of changes well beyond 7 days. And the idea would be that it's not just notifying, because it really needs that the authority should really approve or reject the change in management policy, and then it's implemented. The customers are notified, and so forth. If there's an emergency,
give me an example of what that might be. Like, what is a change to traffic management policy for those who might not understand that?
Okay, so a possible change in the traffic management policy could be like we would stop, because so many people are using streaming services. We are going to reduce the bandwidth available to those streaming services, because everybody's going online at the same time doing it.
Yep. There's a question. Question in the Zoom. Go ahead. Yeah.
Great. I see Ajmal has also raised a hand. Ajmal?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, so that question from an ISP's perspective, I'm not sure what they're asking for, what it's asking for, or if it makes sense. From the ISP's perspective, traffic management is done on a dynamic basis. So once you put the policies in place, your routers and switches and your traffic shaping devices will automatically handle the traffic and prioritize based on what's going on. So if there's an increase in utilization, your traffic shaping policies, without you having to change them, would kick in and take the necessary actions to deal with that if they need to prioritize. So an example would be they may decide to prioritize low latency traffic over other traffic in times of congestion. So when a congestion takes place, the ISP is not going to have 30 days to notify TAP that we're about to do this. Secondly, where you may see a drastic changes is in the event of an outage, right? An event that is unplanned for. And again, that 30 days notice, I don't think is going to be really relevant. The traffic management policies are not, let's say, granular or static, as I think the question is suggesting.
Well, I view it as what I think is that the ISP needs to really declare all of these policies up front. so that, and if there's going to be a change in those policies, like you're going to increase the amount of bandwidth or change the quality of service standards to low latency traffic or whatever, then that's when you need to apply to the, well, or notify the authority. And if there is an emergency, and the question of what exactly qualifies as an emergency is the next issue that's that probably we need to raise, because it's not clear.
So, I will ask a question. So if there, for example, there's a civil disturbance in the country, right, as an example.
Right. Okay, well, that would, I guess that would qualify as an emergency.
And we are all watching Netflix at home. Is it an opportunity, or is it a situation where the ISP will be asked or have to, or redirect traffic from Netflix and other streaming and YouTube and so on to say, okay, watch the news or take it, or the police, the press conference is running on Facebook? I don't know. Is that something that's a reasonable thing that will happen, do you think? And is that part of what this covers?
Yes, I would say that those types of things, yeah. I guess my position is that, it shouldn't be so big. It really needs to, in my mind, and maybe others may agree or disagree, was that you need to, the authority needs to define certain parameters, or what exactly are the different emergencies, whether it's a natural disaster, civil disobedience, those types of things. And the ISPs should have their provisions as to what exactly would happen. We will automatically cut traffic to Netflix and YouTube or whatever, and prioritize, emergency services and so forth and things like that. But yes, but broadly, I think that's the idea. Yes.
Right. And if there's no further comment or feedback coming in from we could simply move on, because I think it'll get clear to folks what's happening once we go through this. So because I know you've dissected it in great comprehensive detail, so you'll be able to, it'll flow from one to the other. Just to reiterate, folks, and once again, there's no need to fill out the form now. Today, it might be good to ask the questions, put your feedback in the chat, ask the questions, or fill out the form if you wish. Walk through the form now with us as we're going through it here. So feel free. This is the point of the open forum. We're trying to put some structure to it and field those questions, and we have our team here to take those questions.
Yeah. So the next part of the statement talks about how the assessment of traffic management policies, and it essentially says that the authority will conduct an assessment of traffic management policies to order to detect unreasonable practices. The ISP shall submit documents or reports, and the ISP shall maintain a log of their practices and measures for a period of 12 months. And the ISP can provide that log to the authority as its request. So the question here was that, should ISPs log their traffic management practices and measures for a period longer than 12 months? Is 12 months sufficient? Should it be less? Should it be more? Maybe up to 2 years? Or should it even be greater than 2 years? So.
And I have a question. So this log that they're they're suggesting they will hold, would it contain any necessarily PII stuff, like, what you've been watching, what have individual IPs been looking at, that kind of thing? Do you think that will be contained in those logs? Would that be something that we need to be worried about, Dev?
It is potentially, yes, potentially, yes, because, but I think so. The emphasis should be that the ISP should, the ISPs and the authority should not be collecting personal users' information, internet usage assessments, unless it's directed under any pertinent act, cybersecurity, interception warrants, etc. Those types of things. But I think the idea behind this is to really, when did you all make adjustments of their policies? When did you all, make the change from giving more bandwidth to certain things? At what time? When did it stop? That type of log is what I'm thinking.
Right.
So yeah. So I think personally, I would think it needs to be a little bit more than 12 months because you may need some sort of historical time to review the policies, and 12 months may be insufficient, especially if the issues that happen occur later down in the line and it's not clear when it happened. So, so the next part here talks about reasonable traffic management, monitoring strategies, guidelines, procedures, and what happens is that it walks through the sort of the workflow as if what happens if the authority has reasons to believe that a management policy is unreasonable. And so the authority notifies the ISP responds to the authority, a second notice of non-compliance issued by the authority. If the ISP has not responded, and then after that second notice, the authority makes a determination and then takes legal action as available. Under the Act, the ISP can appeal, and the authority can then consider new information submitted and decide accordingly. So the question is, what I thought would be pertinent is, should the authority notify the public if it has reasons to believe that an ISP's traffic management policy is unreasonable? Because the way it's phrased, it's the communication only happens between the authority and the ISP.
Right.
And I think if my thing in the interest of transparency, my thinking is that the authority should notify the public, that we have issued a letter of correspondence because we want certain details. And I think, and certainly, I think the ISP's responses, suitably redacted, should also be published. So again, in the interest of transparency. So that's my thought.
So just a question again to stimulate the discussion. I know people may not be fully attuned what's happening here, but I noticed in many of these ISPs, especially mobile providers, fair usage, the word fair usage comes up, right? Especially on unlimited plans. Would fair usage and the throttling and those kinds of things that are in those documents, because when you read the fair usage policy, it speaks to the fact that they can throttle your speed if you are, if you're using bandwidth in their view unreasonably or some phrase they would use, and throttling to a lower speed, or reducing your line in the queue, so to speak. Is that a traffic management policy idea? And for example, can you complain about it? And then if so, can this be enacted as so this string the chain, can this actually be used to deal with something like that?
Yes, I would say yes. And in fact, some ISPs already do this already. For example, some ISPs don't allow your phone to use mobile data for data streaming as a personal hotspot, for example.
Yep.
It would actually block you from doing that. Which is a fair point. But then if you really do need to access that service and your personal hotspot is the only internet connection you have, because you're in the middle of nowhere, what do you do? But so there's pros and cons to everything. But generally yes.
Does anybody have any thoughts on that? I think this is something that people may not be realizing what's going on when they sign up for these plans, fair usage policies. Anybody has any thoughts on that? Any reactions? Or are you learning along with us? Silence means they're learning, right? Let's continue.
Yeah. So, all right. So let's walk you through quickly on this thing. So, so then the policy goes into statements on what is unreasonable discrimination and defines it. And also, factors in determining what is considered unreasonable forms of discrimination, and how to assess the whether a practice is discriminatory or not, and also is how it can monitor it, and essentially a workflow which is very similar to the reasonable traffic management things. The authority would write to the ISP may respond. The authority will consider the ISP's response. Second notice if the ISP does not respond, and then if after the second notice, the authority may make a determination, and so forth, and the ISP can appeal. So, and again, so the core question from my mind is that should the authority notify the public if it believes that an ISP's agreement, network, or commercial practice constitutes unreasonable discrimination? And to me, it should be posted on.
What do colleagues think? I mean, do you think? I mean, this is a very straightforward issue here. That if it is that the authority has determined that the ISP is doing something which is contravenes what they believe it to be reasonable, then they should report it to the public. Do you think that's true? Do you think that they should do that, or should they keep it quiet? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
You can do a show of hands if you wish, if you don't want to see.
Yeah, you can do a show. Put your hands. Everything they should.
Or emotion, emote icons, or whatever.
Interesting that I'm not sure if they even realize the authority. Well, they're trying to. Well, Dev, is it true to say the authority currently has this power, or this is what they're trying to?
Well, they have it as a sort of soft power. Let's put it that way. So when Digicel blocked Viber, which was a voice over IP service, in 2015, I think, around so, and it did it unilaterally. The telecom authority had consultations with that provider, and eventually that was lifted. But it wasn't really, it was only like reported in the newspapers, but it wasn't really, there wasn't really the authority then issued a public statement on it and so forth. So it happens already, but in a kind of a, soft authority. The authority is making an inquiry, and there's some sort of communication or meeting happening between the ISP and the authority.
I know
revelation.
And I know you're going to touch upon this in the next session on OTTs, but let me give you a scenario, Dev.
Yeah.
The government, excuse me, there's no party involvement here. The government,
Okay.
right? The government of the day decides that they do not like what's being said about them on social media application X or messaging application Y, right? As an example.
Yeah.
They then communicate with ISP A, B, C, D, E, or whatever, and say, I would like you to not have these applications available in Trinidad and Tobago because I don't like what is being said about us on those applications.
Yeah.
Can the authority utilize this provision, or can the ISP utilize these provisions to, let's say, push back against something like that? Or will the government have its way in a situation like that? I mean, I know it might not be a very easy answer, but I'm just throwing it out as a scenario that can arise.
So yes, so well, I mean, if you look at the wording in the Telecom Authority's document, they talk about lawful content. So, and I think that's the proviso that way you could capture such a scenario, that if the government of the day says, we don't think this is this content should be shown or disclosed or whatever, then yes, the authority can, and the recommendations in the over-the-top services and so on kind of get towards those things, can direct the ISPs to do something, block Facebook, let's say. it can that can happen.
Can the ISPs do it themselves? So the scenario I'm raising is a little different. It's that the government goes directly to the ISPs, not to the authority.
Not through the authority.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose yes, they could. Yes, they could. And if the ISPs decide to comply immediately, it could happen.
Yes.
The authority could then intervene if it under this framework, that if it detected certain blocking of something happening and so forth. And at least this framework does allow for, well, the ISP to disclose that it's changed its traffic management policy,
right,
or it's blocking or whatever, and allow the authority to say, well, is this accurate? Why was this done, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there are very specific requirements in terms of, well, this is not valid. Well, it is kind of the government, interception of communications, and there's a procedure in the Interception of Communications Act where if it wants to wiretap internet traffic, it goes before a court and gets a warrant, and the warrant is issued, I believe, directly to the ISP to implement.
Right.
To comply. So
I noticed Anton Constantine in the chat says, unfair usage should be juxtapositioned with unfair billing.
It's so weird something.
I.e. residents with low signal strength areas, extended outages, etc. That's an interesting point. So so he's proposing that the unfair usage, well, the opposite of fair usage, unfair usage, should also be, it can't be a one-way street, right? So it talks about getting this quality of service literally that you are supposed to get as part of the of your package. Does this deal with those kinds of things? So I mean, for example, I mean it's sort of I know it's a little different to what we discussed here, but if it is that people are consistently getting lower than advertised, promised services in terms of, let's say, 100 megs are getting only 75 or whatever. Does this cover that, or this is out of the scope of the situation?
I would think it's out of scope. I think so, because there's no well mentioning of, like, I mean, thinking about it. I see there's somebody who has a mic on.
Somebody's who has a mic open, if it's possible, he could mute it.
Yeah. I mean, I think about it. If you can have a traffic management policy that says more internet bandwidth is allocated to this territory, say, as opposed to this territory. So you can say that, okay, Port of Spain is, you could say the Port of Spain area will get lower internet bandwidth to allow for greater bandwidth throughout the rest of Trinidad and Tobago, for example, during certain hours. So you could have those kind of guidelines, I guess, thinking more about it as a traffic management policy. So, thinking more about it, maybe what I'm kind of suggesting is potentially is covered under this. Yeah.
Right. I see Anthony Payson is suggesting, kind of similar to what we were just talking about. He says that he's not sure if this was discussed, but he's heard of customers complain of being disconnected or throttled when they exceed a specific data download amount, like a monthly data cap. The data cap is there, although the service is marketed as being unlimited. So again, that's the fair usage. That's the same fair usage argument here. So apparently, according to him, it has happened. I know
and well, ISPs do that as well. And in fact, if you look at the contract, there's a little proviso when you say unlimited, and there's a little fine print that says we reserve the right to impose throttling if we feel that it's detrimental to our network. Wording to that effect.
Yep.
So it already happens.
Yeah. So it's not so. So just to let you know that unlimited doesn't. So I mean, I'm doing some work in the Europe currently, and unlimited there generally means unlimited. And I tested it myself, to be honest, and they don't throttle. Well, at least from what I could tell, they threaten to throttle. It's in the documents, but they don't. So I guess that's a different situation. But it's apparently I've also heard that argument, Anthony, that people have been throttled when they on unlimited packages. So there's some, and I believe I think there's if you read the fine print, there may actually be a figure. So it's not unlimited. They will tell you it's unlimited up to, and there's a figure they normally throw in there. You know, it might be 100 megs, 100 gigs, or whatever they end up saying it is. There's some figure there it's unlimited in theory, but not really in practice.
Yeah. So, yeah. So let me just try to wrap up this policy quickly. So the policy then goes to talk about transparency requirements that the ISP has this display on a website, on a website, information on how its technical and commercial conditions. So yes, so the conditions where it will throttle if you try to exceed bandwidth, etc., as the data cap idea. That's the concept here, and it's supposed to be like in a general form and a more detailed form, and they also have information. You know, you're supposed to provide the information on data caps and download speeds, latency. You know, its quality of service. It is going to try to provide, and any privacy policies and areas of address and so on, which is all reasonable. But so the question I would ask is that, well, should all of that information be consolidated on the authority's website? Because you know, you're going to have links going to very different websites. Maybe hard to find on the ISP's website. So when we commented, we said that it should be posted on the authority's website as well.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah. All right, and again, and it goes into in terms of the transparency in that, and it goes to the same workflow. If an ISP fails to meet transparency requirement, authority notifies the ISP responds, second notice, etc. And again, the comment will already is again, should the authority notify the public? Because again, the way the phrasing of the policies are, it's a private discussion between the ISP and the authority, or I should say between the authority and the ISP. And zero rating. Now, so zero rating, for those who don't know, is that where an ISP will, let me see if I can explain it easily, to not charge consumers access to a particular site or service or website or application or service. And there's pros and cons about zero-rated service. So the idea is that the ISP shall notify authority of its plan to zero-rate content 30 days prior to implementation. And it goes into the same way as how they deal with reasonable traffic management. The authority shall consider as reasonable plans to serve what it serves, increasing broadband adoption, closing digital divide, facilitating access to government services, national security, etc. And it will evaluate each plan on a case-by-case basis. So our question was, is the ISP's 30-day prior notice to zero-rate content sufficient? Should it be, is 30 days enough? It should be less than 30 days, or it should be more than 30 days. And my thinking was that it should have been more than 30 days. And should the authority publish a notice on its website of an ISP's plan to zero-rate content? And how I think of it is that yes, it should.
So Dev, on that note, is it currently that when ISP zero-rate content, for those who don't know, you do experience zero-rating today. Many ISPs zero-rate WhatsApp messages, maybe not video, but messages. They zero-rate other websites, and during the pandemic, seen there was zero-rating government services, etc. So it's currently done, and it's been happening for some time actually. And this is a global issue, as you may or may not have heard. The question I'm asking is, has this been done without TAT's approval thus far?
Yeah, well, I would say yes.
This is based on what the ISP wants to do, yes?
Yeah, it's basically what the ISP wants to do.
Right.
Whether the authority approached ISPs to zero rate certain government services, I'm not sure. It's not clear what happened in that circumstance. But when the pandemic happened, I think it was the way it was framed as when it was reported that ISPs took unilateral action to say we are going to zero rate newspapers, Ministry of Health website, and so on and so on. I don't think the authority intervened in any way, or whether the authority requested it or anything of that sort. So it's unfortunately happening already. But at least this would set up a framework by which the authority would review it, and presumably may not, if it's anti-competitive or it constitutes an unfair commercial practice, there's a workflow by which the authority notifies the ISP, goes through that process again.
So let me throw a question out in the chat. You can just answer yes or no in the chat. Do you think services should be data rated? Do you think there should be zero rated services? Do you think so? Do you think it's useful? Just say yes or no. So do you think services should be zero rated? What do you think? Just yes or no in the chat. All right, Dev, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So yeah. And so this is a long, actually a lot, as I can now realize, this was a long policy statement here. This is just cutting out just the bare statements. So it goes into the assessment of commercial on what is considered unreasonable discrimination, which should monitor paid prioritization practices. For example, if access to a particular website is given higher priority or zero rated, and so forth. And again, does the whole workflow again. If the authority has reasons to believe an ISP paid prioritization agreement is anti-competitive or unfair commercial practice, ISP notifies, etc., etc., etc. And it goes on that way. So, our thing was that, again, it should be public. You shouldn't have this as a private conversation. All these kind of requests for information should be made public. So, all right, I see quite a few people have responded.
Question from N Neptune. I don't know what was the question you were asking, N Neptune. I'm sorry,
I think he's
your
talking
question.
about
If it was on cybersecurity, we're not this. Yeah, so if you're discussing cybersecurity and Neptune, unfortunately, that's not the topic at the moment. So you'll have to ask someone else in the chat to help you with that. But we're not discussing that at the moment, unfortunately. That was in the previous session.
So okay, so that's the end of the poll. But I mean, obviously, the Telecoms Authority could respond in great detail to all of the policy issues and the preambles, if you wanted to also, whether you agreed with how the authority stated the preambles, introducing its determinations. You can also comment on that. So the second policy issue that the Telecom Authority posted was the framework of over-the-top services, and which is also very interesting because so over-the-top services, and there's a definition of over-the-top services, by the way. It's content, services, or applications accessed by the public via the internet that may be a substitute for and or may compete with a public telecoms or broadcasting service. All right, and so the scope of this framework is limited to OTT communications and OTT media services. So OTT communications is voice and messaging, and over the OTT media services. So if you think about it, that's things such as WhatsApp, Skype, I guess FaceTime as well.
I have a colleague says that everything on the internet is OTT.
Well, yes, I think yes, if you were to, yes, because if you go with, yeah, but the way the authority is now saying it is that if it competes or substitutes what a public telecommunications and or broadcasting service is doing. So if it's competing, then that is what the OTT that the authority is concerned with, not so much a general consumption website.
So I want to ask, before we even move on, I want to ask a question. Is that a realistic statement? So I know it's what the ITU is doing and so on, but the ITU and so on are representing the telecoms sector, right? So let me just pose a question to everybody. Do you think that question, that definition of OTTs, which are basically any service that competes with what is traditional telecom services, basically your telephone service, or in other cases, traditional cable and other type services, right? As an example. So services pre or prior to the internet. Do you think that that should be considered to be OTTs? And if that's the case, then be regulated? Just throw your yes or no's in the chat. Go ahead, Dev.
Okay. Well, the answer is I think it is treated as OTT, as the way the framework is defined. But anyway, because text messaging, for example. Yeah.
Do we think it should be? That's the thing.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. But that's what the authority is saying.
So Rodney, but there's a question here. Rodney is asking, what about WhatsApp substitute services, such as BIP, which I think is offered by one of the operators? Right. BIP is a similar service like WhatsApp. Are they treated the same way by the?
Yes, well, the way the policy is framed, it's not. I guess we'll get to that, but generally I would say yes, but there's a proviso in that. And I guess I'll try to get into it within our time, because I know we're going to be running out of time soon, and we need to cover the UN one. So this is a framework. It's not as saying we're going to be banning this or that or whatever. But what it is saying is that they're going to be examining OTT services against the existing legislation, and what it will then, it's recommending that it will assess on a case-by-case basis whether an OTT service can be classified as a telecoms or broadcasting service. And then it would then adapt its authorization framework to specify classifications for OTT communications and media services. And then it will recommend that the legislative framework be updated to explicitly provide for over-the-top services to be under its remit, just as how telecommunication and broadcasting services are. Because then the OTT will be classified as a telecom service or broadcasting service. So broadcasting services would be things such as YouTube, Netflix, the other streaming services, Amazon Prime, etc. So yeah, and I guess that's a big question. Should the Telecommunications Act and other legislative frameworks be amended to incorporate OTTs, which will clarify their remit over any entity providing OTTs? And if you think about it, by saying something that needs to be under its remit, that means it needs to be potentially an OTT needs to be then registered or needs to comply with local, whatever the authority's local policies or government policies.
So Ajmal is just saying, so I put a question in the chat, which is sort of I just threw a flamethrower in the chat, but in the meantime, Ajmal is saying the issues that ISPs become gatekeepers to which app or tech is successful, preventing new smaller guys from coming into the market. So what he's saying, I believe, is that the way this is being structured is that ISPs themselves are picking the winners and losers, right? So they're the ones who will basically say that this is what will be the messaging apps that are being used on our network, and we're not going to use these, and the authorities giving them license to do that. Is that something that we should be allowing? Do you think that's a fair statement? Don't need to answer it now, but that's the issue that's, I think, coming to the fore. It's bubbling up to the surface. And the larger issue, which I think is what Dev just mentioned, if you think about it for a second, what is being proposed is that the regulator in Trinidad is essentially saying they should also be regulating overseas services, right? Services that they're used here, but they are not located here. They're not operating here, which will come up later in this document. So all of these tech companies, the Googles, the Facebooks, the Metas, and all the others which operate these services are not located here. They don't operate them here through data centers, but we use them here. And what this particular document is proposing is that we attempt to regulate them. What do you think about that? You know, that's what this is proposing. Go ahead, Dev.
Yeah. So then it also goes to the OTT media content regulation. So the authority to ensure audiences be protected regardless of the platforms which they consume content, the authority will ensure compliance with the relevant sections of the Constitution and the National Broadcast Policy. So based on that, the authority may recommend that the scope of the code include OTT services. So which raises an interesting question. And like, should OTTs be regulated within the Constitution and the broadcast policy? So if there's a link embedded on the form that goes to the National Broadcast Policy, and it specifies things, for example, the watershed. So the watershed, for example, is the period by which material that is unsuitable for children cannot be shown. It commences at 2200 hours and ends at 0500 hours. And then material unsuitable for children, and they don't define it in the broadcast policy, but you can think about what it is: swearing, offensive, nudity, etc., etc. Material unsuitable for children should OTTs be required to not provide material outside of the watershed?
So the question, therefore, well, and I'm just trying to position it for you guys here. So basically what that is implying is that YouTube, which has on-demand content, does not scheduled content, right?
Yeah.
And other similar services, Netflix, etc., which all are on-demand, shall not make available content that is considered to be outside the scope of the, in this scenario, let's say it's suitable for children, between 2200, 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. So that's what is basically being proposed in effect. And if that's the case, I'm not saying there's anything right or wrong with that. I'm not saying that's what's being proposed. But if that's the case, do you think that is enforceable? It's a question. Proceed, Dev.
Yeah. So now the other SBs now talks about jurisdictional challenges. So essentially that they think, obviously in recognizing that, a small line by itself may be hard to regulate OTTs. If it could get greater collaboration within the Caribbean, then as a larger body, they may have more leverage. There's also that OTT will monitor trends in OTT investment and to capture OTT contributions to telecoms and infrastructure. So should OTTs be required to fund local telecoms infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago? Should Netflix be required to pay the authority and or ISPs?
So do you think they're saying, Dev, that there should be established a universal service fund in which
make contributions to that, yes, yeah. OTT, YouTube, etc., etc., etc. Otherwise, because we fall under the remit, if you want your service to be accessible in Trinidad and Tobago, you need to fund X amount of dollars to the Universal Service Fund.
So let me ask the reverse question. What would happen if they don't?
Well, that's an interesting question because essentially the framework will give the allowance that it could be considered unlawful or not allowed. So
and which can open the case for.
which sounds, to me, which sounds ludicrous personally, but
So they in theory they could find them, right? I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
And potentially, as just Rodney just put the B word in the chat, block them.
Yeah. Yeah. Correct. So yeah, there's also statements on local content development, and it will conduct a feasibility of policy models for promoting local content, and it should collaborate with the relevant agencies responsible for the oversight of local content creation and promotion in Trinidad and Tobago. So yeah, so the idea being that maybe OTTs need to contribute more to local content and to local development. So, should it be allowed to have a quota and a share of local content? Or should OTTs have then a specific percentage of local content to be made available on their, catalog of programs? So that's, again, another issue coming up on that. And And I personally, I say no, because I think, I think no. But I mean, obviously, it would be interesting to hear what people think. So the question marks by Rodney Taylor, should we allow or not allow is blocked, and who would that hurt? I think it would hurt, I think it would hurt consumers, actually. Imagine if, say, YouTube was blocked, or, for example. I mean, I think that would be totally detrimental. And I think that the danger is, for a small island, we have a small market. If it's so onerous for OTT to operate in Trinidad, then it'll be simpler to just simply, well, you know what? Rather than deal with that bureaucracy and that cost, is the return on investment from such a small market, we'll just cut you off. Yeah. So.
Right. Is another question from Mr. Neptune in the chat, or Miss Neptune, I'm not sure. Can someone dealing with cybersecurity treat with that? Because I don't think we are treated with that at this point. But please proceed with that. Anybody in the chat who wants to answer cybersecurity?
What happened to you was a comment from Stephen Abiraj. Kind of. Wasn't exactly. I guess it is a kind of OTT service, but I mean, it wasn't the ISPs who were offering a similar service. So it's not. There's a similarity there, but it's not. I mean, I don't think Uber would be considered a OTT service.
No, it isn't.
In a strict sense, unless an ISP was to start offering that service.
Yeah.
But generally, Uber would not be considered an OTT. So that was the thing on the second form. Should we just? I know it's running out of time. Should we at least go into the digital compact?
Yeah, but let me pause for a second, because we're taking some of the time that we lost in the other session, which was so.
Okay.
Let's pause and see if there's any feedback. And I did want to put someone on the spot. I want to put Mr. Rodney Taylor on the spot. Is he able to speak? Rodney, I put something in the chat about regional regulation thrust of internet policy type issues. I know you've been part of that discussion. Do you want to give any insights on what might be happening in a regional sense about this type of issue across the board? I know you've been at sessions in Canton and otherwise where this has been discussed. Is it something you can speak to, or you'd like to speak to? Just give all of us a heads up what might be happening.
Sure. I'll speak with my camera off. Yeah, so we've going back, and I mentioned this yesterday, going back to the Declaration of St. George's that was signed last year with the operators to reduce roaming charges in CARICOM. Ultimately, we're hoping, of course, for full elimination of roaming within CARICOM states for voice and data services and text as well. But coming out of that declaration, there are two things in particular that we were parts to follow up on, and one is the single regulator for CARICOM. So how can we harmonize regulations to the point where we move to actually a single regulatory framework? And number two, one, because that will reduce the cost of doing business to the operators who now have to comply with different regulations in each sovereign state of CARICOM. And the second one was to address the issue of the impact of OTTs on the businesses of the operators in the region. Because the operators have commissioned a study. I'll see if it's online and share the link that speaks to the negative impact, the fact that these OTTs are driving up the data usage and not having to pay anything because they're not regulated, and it is impacting their ability to build out in future networks and invest in 5G technologies and so on. I've shared a link there also to a report by Analysis Mason, which speaks to the positive impact of the investment that these big tech companies are making on the business models of the ISPs. So there are two sort of conflicting views on this. But in any event, we gave a commitment to bring the parties to the table, big tech companies and OTTs, and the network operators in the region working with Canto. And in fact, we are scheduled to have a kickoff meeting next month where we sit down and address these very issues. At the very least, I think that if there's an issue or if we do take regulatory approaches, that we have to ensure that consumers are not hurt. And that's why I posted the question there, but who really would it hurt? But at the same time, that we need to take a harmonized approach regionally, because Trinidad and Tobago dealing with a global big tech company is very different from the region taking a unified stand, to address this. So we are working on that. I can't say everything, but we are going to be meeting with all of the names you mentioned there. Confirmed they're meeting us on Netflix, Google, and the others, Meta, next month with the operators as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, SG Taylor. And that was very, I think, very informative and very promising. At the very least, this is not going to be done in a vacuum. And there's the meeting of minds at a table, and we can probably get to some unified view and a harmonized view, as SG Taylor said, to move forward on this. So if there are no further questions on this area, Dev, since you have the screen share, can you throw up the form on the next form? Yeah. So do you want me to speak? Do you want me to walk through it, Dev, or you want to do it? Well, I'll walk through since I think you might be on mute. So just as I said on day one, and I've mentioned it again today, the United Nations has established basically a strategy for just going forward beyond where we are today. It's called our Common Agenda. And within our Common Agenda, there's a significant element for digital. It's called the Global Digital Compact. You can read that. It's again on the IGF.TT website. You have the links that are, as Dev just threw up there, he shows you the links to these things. Apologies. And this is a global consultation on this particular topic. So as I mentioned, the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, is the digital component of our common future, the UN strategy for going ahead, the next several years, leading to the Summit of the Future, which is going to happen in 2024. This consultation on the GDC will be open until the end of March. And at the TTMAG and during the TTIGF, we have taken it upon ourselves to facilitate a local consultation, given that this is in our wheelhouse on this particular topic. So you can read about it there, read a little bit more. We don't have the time to go through everything of what the GDC actually is. But Dev, you can just throw up the form now, and I'll just show you what the form looks like. It's just the Google form, yeah. Not that one, right? Exactly right. So we have produced a form that is essentially an adaptation of what the United Nations form is. It's the same data. We're just trying to put it in a way that you can collate it. We'd like others who are interested in this topic to use this opportunity to respond to the issues that are being addressed by this Global Digital Compact. So Dev, if you just can walk through this form here. I think you have to put your email. Yeah, I think that's mandatory. Yep. So it talks you, how are you an individual? Are you a region? Are you a country? All these things are not mandatory, but we do want to capture your email. So you can just walk through that. Yeah, it's not mandatory, so you can just push it out without that and it's saved, the form is saved as you go forward. Did you consult anyone to do it, or is it your individual submission? Go ahead. Is it next on that? Right, so the inputs are here. This screen here, there are 7 areas. And we're asking, well, the UN is asking us to consult on these 7 areas. Connect all people to the internet, including all schools. These are the 7, what I would call thrusts of the GDC. Avoid internet fragmentation. Protect data. Apply human rights online. Accountability for discrimination and misleading content. Regulation of artificial intelligence. That's a very hot topic, as we heard yesterday. Digital commons as a global public good. And you can add other areas as you see fit. So if you can click any or all of those. It's not a smart form, so it doesn't matter what you click. When you go to the next page, you will then be asked to identify 2 buckets of responses to each of the topics. So as you see there, the core principles, which are that all governments, companies, and civil society organizations and other stakeholders should adhere to. So that's one request for inputs. And the second request are key commitments, pledges, or actions, sorry, that in your view should be taken by different stakeholders. Governments, private sector, and civil society, etc. So for every one, so connect all people to the internet, avoid internet fragmentation, and so on, we're asking you to put your inputs there. It's as simple as that. And that's available online. And once you do that, we will collate that and submit it to the UN. So that's it. I'm going to pause here because time has run out on us. Do you have any thoughts or questions on this? What the UN is suggesting that we do? And do you think that this is a good idea? And remember, this is a part of a global consultation, and Trinidad and Tobago should really be part of this. So we are happy to do this on behalf of at least one part of Trinidad and Tobago, which is the TTIGF community, and submit it on your behalf. So please do go to the igf.tt website. It's going to remain open until the end of February or thereabouts. What I can let you know is that we have already spoken to the CTU, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and they are also, doing a similar consultation regionally. And we would love to be part of that submission that we could submit, in a broader way, because the CTU is planning to do a global submission on behalf of small island developing states. So we want to work with Pacific Islands and so on. So that's in the works. And we'd love to see our views, Trinidad and Tobago's views, represented there as much as we possibly can so it's going to be Trinidad, Caribbean, SINs. So that'll be something I want to ensure that happens, and encourage all of you to do just that. Visit igf.tt, go to the open forum, and complete all of these open consultation documents. As we mentioned at the start, this is a process, it's not an event. So we are already beginning the process here of consultation and our interaction with you. And I think it's an excellent opportunity from this year to really engage with you beyond these 2 days and have this consultation continue onwards. So we have our net neutrality, our OTTs, and our Global Digital Compact consultations commencing now. Yeah. So any thoughts, any further feedback on that? I'm seeing in the chat, there's still a lot of discussion going on about cybersecurity. There's a comment from Curly Prescott, who was here yesterday. He's a TAT executive officer. As a point around blocking, blocking does not only have to mean killing full access. It can mean limited access. For example, blocking of ads or disabling or limiting other features of an app or site. Remember, there's a benefit to ODTs being here as well. So as long as the contribution to infrastructure is a fraction of the benefits being extracted, benefits extracted by OTTs, they will consider. Thank you very much, Mr. Prescott, for that. And that's TAT is listening to us very attentively, which is excellent. I think it's excellent work going on here. Thank you very much, everyone. So, Dev, you have any final thoughts before we have Dev T? Or you have any hand back over to our chair? Dev T, if you might be on mute still if you're talking. All right, I don't think we're hearing you, Dev.
All right, good. Right, sorry about that. Yeah, I was on mute. Sorry about that. Just to mention that, the policy, these type of policies that impact end users, so it affect people in Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, there are other issues in the global fora, policy issues at SAIL, at LACNIC, for example, at ICANN, and so on. And it does involve understanding a lot of policies, which may seem dry. I'll be the first one to confess that, yes. But it is something important to do. And I think it's, rather than trying to do it individually on your own, it's better to collaborate with each other to try to at least share the workload or try to get, bounce off ideas, and which you can then take on in this and in other fora. So that's more that, don't be an individual at doing it alone, collaborate, that's it, really.
Yeah, that's a really excellent point, I think. Yeah, so I think we are here for you as a TT Mag. We a good opportunity to facilitate this. We've done the work to put these up online for you. Thank you, DevT, for making it, breaking down the policies and making it easy. And thanks to Denise actually for building the forms so quickly that we could have done this so that you can have an easy way to capture that data. And we do encourage you, please don't, sit on this, sometimes you have to take action. You have to, make decisions and put inputs in so that your voices can be heard. And so you don't have to complain after. Because remember, if you don't say anything now, it'll just happen, silence is consent. So, and I have very good first-hand experience of if you say something, people will actually make they'll make the change. So don't think that you don't say anything. Don't think if you say something it will not be heard. And don't think if you say nothing that your views will somehow magically just be incorporated. You have to say something. So if you don't agree with what's being said, if you don't like what TAT is producing, or if you like it, or if you have a great other idea, now's the time to say things. Let them hear what you have to say. You never know what could happen.
To its credit, I should say, Tracy, I mean, the Telecom Authority's approach to consultative documents is good in that regard, in that what happens is that they do a first round of comments, and then they publish what people submitted, and then the authorities' response to that. So you get to see all your perspective, not just your perspective. You see you see your perspective, but you also see what other people have also said. And to me, this is also good in that you get to see what other stakeholders are thinking, and you may then change your mind, or reframe what your thoughts are going forward. So it is good. I guess my only complaint is that it's a very short time. Usually it's usually 4 weeks for when a policy comes out for comment, and a deadline for comments. That's my concern.
I think you have the right people listening to you.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So that's very helpful. Thank you very much, FT. And with that, I will, if there's nothing else, I see some, thank you for Ajmal, our moderator for the cybersecurity panel, for answering all of Miss or Mr. Neptune's questions. Thank you so much. Please do feel free to continue posting questions in the chat if you wish. We can answer as long as we possibly can. But I think with that, I will probably suggest to DevT that we call an end to the session. What do you think, DevT?
Yes, I think so.
All right, great. So on your behalf, DevT, I will hand back over to the chair-elect of the TTMAG for the next year. He'll become the chair, Mr. Dev Gosai, who's also been our master of ceremonies, who will then take it from here to wrap up our session with a vote of thanks and some closing remarks.
All right, thanks very much, Tracy and Devan Tiloxing for a very insightful presentation there with respect to TAT. And I'm not saying this because Curly is here, but in my other hat that I wear on this HLS head, which involves amateur radio, we've had several consultations, and it has been extremely, extremely rewarding. And I had to make the comment that I am glad to see that that has gotten very, very, very user-friendly. So congratulations, Curly, and your team for doing an amazing job with respect to responding and all these consultations and so on. And I'll pick up from where Dev and Tracy left off. This Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum is really for you, okay? It's for all of us, actually. It's, you know, we tried to make even our website very user-friendly, and a lot of work went into getting some of these document papers and these presenters and so on. So we need to keep checking the IGF.TT website. It's very easy to remember, IGF.TT website, and we shall be having a lot of the two-day conference proceedings. Papers will be written, submitted, videos will be submitted, and so on within the next week or two. So keep checking with it. Some of the presentations that you had problems reading and so on, they will all be on the website, igf.tt. So I know Tracy said to give the vote a chance. I will be doing that, but I'm going to use the KISS principle, keep it short and sweet, because we're well over your lunchtime, and I don't want to be accused of giving anyone any ulcer. You know, I would, you know, say that this has been a really tremendous IGF, not because, you know, we are the hosts and we put it together, but actually it was extremely impactful, starting from day one with all the opening remarks. Paul Mitchell, the Honorable Nayan Gatsby Dolly, Minister of Education, you know, very, very, very purposeful contributions. And then we started off with the section on internet resilience. And boy, was that a real bang. You know, it's like bowling a ball to the first ball to the batsman, and he hit you for 6, and the 6s just keep coming. You know, that panel was really, really awesome. It was expertly moderated by, you know, Kim Melilio, senior lecturer at UE. So congratulations to that panel. You really did an awesome job in that presentation. And then we went on to future-proofing ICT in education, which was moderated by Jacqueline, one of our directors, Jacqueline Morris. And again, the contribution, it was a little bit of a different format from the first, but the conversations just keep coming, and the audience was very much engaged, and we answered, you know, we looked at your questions and we really targeted. Like I said, the IGF was for the audience. We tried to answer most of the questions, and if we didn't address some of them, we apologize, but there'll always be opportunity to speak with us and be part of, you know, us being here and us meeting and discussing these very important topics. This morning's presentation, again, started off again with more 6s, I should say. On digital government, I learned quite a lot in terms of, what was done in Canada. And the panelists was extremely well informed. And I would like to thank Ken Suknanan, our director of the TTIGF, for moderating that particular session. And the panelists there was, like I said, you were right on point. And then after the 8-minute break, because of some loss of time, we had the A.R.T of cybersecurity, and that really, really stimulated some thought. The panelists were extremely informed, well informed, and I learned quite a lot. There are some views that were offered that I never really considered. Like one of the questions, how long can you stay offline? How long can you be down for? Thinking about it, many companies, can't really answer that question at all. They don't know. And, the suggestion to have simulations and whatnot. We had to create, prepare actually for like if it's a disaster, And then, of course, Kevin Swift, my good buddy from LACNIC, gave a very, very informative summary there on the cybersecurity and some of the protocols that are established not just regionally, but internationally as well. And of course, our two experts wrapping up the open forum on the activities or the contributions that we still have to make to TAT, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, And I'm so glad that we had the level of participation that we did, And it's nice to see the numbers didn't dwindle. I was looking at the participation number. It didn't dwindle by much. Some people are very hungry and they still stay back to listen to the wrap-up, So before we go any further, I would like you all to set your calendars tentatively, just tentatively. I know I might be accused of whatever. We are looking at the 25th and 26th of January 2024 for Trinidad and Tobago IGF 24. Okay, so tentatively save the dates and monitor the IGF.TT website, and please, keep it in your bookmarks. Join our Facebook page. We'd like to thank all our partners in this program. We had TTIGF, we had LACNIC, we had ICANN, we had Fortinet. If I missed out anyone, I really apologize.
Forget TAT.
Yes, and TAT. We've been talking about TAT all the time. And TAT, thank you very much there for that. And TAT, for being, one of our partners for this event. And we hope that this partnership continues. There are some new ones, and I'm glad that we had this relationship. And we continue to share the space and continue to contribute and look forward to being of service to every single one of you all and every single one of our partners here as well. Without you, this could not have ever been possible. So thank you. The people who I think deserve the thanks and gratitude are not just the panelists and people who took time to be here to make it worth your while. But I think you all are the heroes of this IGF, TTIGF 2023. Our partners, our participants, our panelists, thank you very, very much for being here. I take this opportunity to wish you all the best, and I look forward to meeting you again in 2024. Take care, stay safe, stay blessed. Bye for now. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Bye, Albert.
Bye all. Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, bye there. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.